Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here. I trust that you are feeling as well as you can in this moment. If there are any difficulties that you're facing in life at this time, please remember that this too shall pass. Hello, dear Joko, Elizabeth, Crossfires, Unknown Spirit, and Leslie. Hello, dear Flappy Fla. Nice to see you again. I am a little early today, dear Crossfires. You're early. Now, I'd love to start with setting my intentions for this space to be a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. No, I don't think I have, dear Ren. Did I hear about that explosion at the cheese factory? Yeah, man. Debris was everywhere. That's good. Thank you for that. That was a really long wait for the but anyway, I had to do it. Hello, dear Michelle. Also, do I know why seagulls fly over the sea? No, tell me. It's because if they were to fly over the bay, they'd be called bagels. That's good. Oh, did you hear that? Why is my music suddenly become terrifying? Uh-oh. Here, 1 second. There. Now it's better. Dear Frenchie lover, you're wondering, how am I so happy? I am happy because I've spent a long time in my life not being happy, and I realized that that's not the way I wanted to live. And so during my lowest moments, I decided that from that point on, I would do whatever it takes to deepen my relationship with my body, my mind, and my soul, as well as the people around me and the world I live in, so that I may feel as much of a part of the whole as I can be. And every day since then, I've gotten just a little bit happier. And although it started small with changing maybe 0.1% at a time, that interest compounds on itself, and it's certainly in everyone's best interest. Thank you, Danny, for the heart me that you sent. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Welcome, DXA. Hello, dear Jay. Welcome, Joris. Hello, Helisphere. And thank you, Jason, for the heart me that you sent. Jaya Sachitananda. Victory to truth, to consciousness, and to bliss. Nice to see you here too, dear Finding Bliss. Good evening, Arthur. And thank you, Gabriella, for the heart me that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Hello, Riri. Thank you for the donuts, dear Jason. 10 of them. Woohoo! Jaya Sitaram. to the Divine Mother and Father. Hello, dear Miananda. Hello, Jocelyn. I'd love to begin with an invocation of a Shanti mantra, a peace prayer taken from the ancient Taittiriya and Katha Upanishads. In the ancient language of Sanskrit, it sounds like this. Sahana bhavatu, Sahana bhunaktu, Sahaviryam karva vahai tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvisha vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective. May we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment. And may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Hello, Yamcha. So let me tell you about the retinue for today. Today we'll start, as always, with our Shravana section, which is dedicated to listening. We'll be listening to a 10-minute video for show and tell submitted by one of you from Dr. K, who is a Harvard-educated monk psychiatrist. The video will be about overthinking and why more thinking doesn't solve our problems, contrary to what our mind might believe. Then we'll be doing a reading of our spiritual book, The Autobiography of an American Swami, The Journey Home. We shall read through the 8th chapter, which is very short, of the 3rd act. And it's only a couple pages. Then we'll open into Manana Section dedicated to questions and answers. We'll also have a question of the day there about the smallness of our world. We'll listen to some poetry by Rumi as an intermission, and then we'll end with a very special meditation. It's a mantra that was very hard to track down, very rare, taken from the Rig Veda, perhaps the oldest of humanity's spiritual revelations. It is said that such a mantra has the power even to bring someone back from the dead. It's a long mantra. We won't be doing the full one. We'll just be doing the first part of it. And then over the next 5 days or so, we'll be doing all the parts. Hello, dear Lala Michelle. Hello, dear OK. Sounds good? All right. Let us start with our show and tell, submitted by Gabriel. Today we are going to listen to a 10-minute video on YouTube called Overthinking Won't Solve Your Problems. Here's why. It was submitted by our dear Sangi, Gabriel, and the video is made by Dr. K, the Harvard-educated monk psychiatrist. I think his YouTube channel is called The Healthy Gamer, if I'm not mistaken. Healthy Gamer GG. Yeah. And I've seen him a few times. I actually have never watched some of his full-length videos, so this will be very nice. I know that he is very smart and grounds his approach in science and is very validating for someone who wants to find a balance between psychology, Western medicine, as well as Eastern spirituality and ancient practices. So I'm going to turn down our flute music. I'll turn it back up after we're done. But let me bring the video up for us. Rary, you've heard of him. His stuff is amazing. His videos on BPD are super informative. Oh, that's wonderful to hear too. There. Make it a little bigger. Too big, too big. Okay. There it is. I'll lower myself too, so I'm not hiding.
How to stop overthinking. The biggest problem with overthinking isn't simply that we do it. It's that despite thinking about things over and over and over again, it doesn't actually help us solve our problems. In fact, if you really pay attention, the more you overthink, the more you actually end up screwing up. And chances are, if you overthink and it still causes you problems, you've actually been scammed. And you may wonder, scammed by who? Turns out, scammed by all of society. So in society, we have this belief that IQ or thinking leads to success. We're taught this kind of story that the smarter you are, if you're in gifted and talented classes, you're in honors classes or whatever, if your IQ is high and you're good at thinking, you will be successful. In fact, we actually assume that thinking leads to improvements in performance. But if you actually look at the data, sometimes thinking actually makes things harder for us and leads to decreases in performance. Hey, just a quick note. A lot of people will ask us, what do I do next? And that's why we built Dr. K's Guide. It's a comprehensive resource that distills over 20 years of my experience, both as a monk and as a psychiatrist. And it's designed in a way that's tailored to fit your
Sorry
needs.
for the ad.
So if you're interested in better understanding your mind and taking control of your life, check out the link below. So this is the core scam of overthinking, that we've been taught that thinking is actually a solution to a problem, which is why we keep doing it, right? We think, okay, if I can think my way, if I can think about it again and again and again, eventually I will figure out a solution. But we don't really realize that if you really look at the data, thinking is not actually the best way to get to a solution. And in fact, thinking can actually be a problem in and of itself, which is precisely why, despite all this overthinking, we still screw up. So the first data that we're going to look at actually comes from Mensa. So Mensa is an organization of worldwide geniuses. In order to join Mensa, you have to have an IQ in the top 2% of the population. So you got to be super, super smart. It turns out that if you look at the actual income of Mensa earners, things seem to get a little bit tricky. So the top 0.5% of earners in Mensa, this means the richest people in Mensa, have a median income of $250,000 a year or more. If you look at the top 0.5% of earners in the United States, who aren't necessarily geniuses, their income is about $2 million a year or more. So this is kind of shocking because we're talking about the 0.5% of the best earners of the smartest people in the world, and they make $250K a year. And you're looking at the 0.5% of best earners in the general US population, and they're making millions of dollars a year. And so this is kind of confusing, right? Because I thought IQ and the ability of thought led to success. And it turns out that that's simply not true. We can also see this in communities where people theory craft their way to conclusions. And a ridiculous place that you kind of see this is if you ever go to 4chan and you listen to what they say about relationships and sex, you'll discover that they have thought themselves into all kinds of idiocy. So my favorite example of this is I was reading 4chan one day because God knows why. And what I've sort of discovered is that there's a community of people on the internet who have concluded that if a woman has sex with multiple men, it leads to a loosening of the vagina, right? So these are people who have theory crafted their way into this. They think about it a lot and they discuss a lot and they kind of discover this kind of truism, which they all believe because it's logically correct, that sex with a lot of men leads to loose vaginas. And it's kind of like, if you stop and think about it for a second, right? If you use any actual data to examine this, you'll discover that it's absolute BS. So the first question is, how does the vagina know if it's multiple penises or one penis, like being inserted over and over and over again? How does...
You know, I gotta say, I didn't expect this video going this way. Anyway.
A monogamous relationship with lots of sexual intercourse not lead to a loosening of the vagina? And there's even more simple data that we can kind of look at, which is like, if I take really big bites of stuff, right? If I eat lots of different food like hot dogs and hamburgers and burritos and I'm taking big bites of things, it's not like my mouth gets all like loose and like stuff is leaking out. Like, it's absolutely absurd. That's not actually how the elasticity of human body parts work at all. And so what are we kind of taking away from this? What we should really understand is that IQ or thinking cannot be a substitute for other things. That just thinking about stuff doesn't necessarily improve our performance in various areas. And we kind of understand this from situations like social anxiety. So if you look at it from a more clinical perspective, people with social anxiety will overthink, right? So when they enter social situations, they'll think about something, they'll think about it again, they'll think about it ahead of time, they'll think about it, afterwards. And even while they're there, they're so absorbed in their thoughts that not only does the thinking not help, the thinking actually hurts. It actually negatively improves performance. And you can understand this really well with a very simple example. So if you walk, do you think about walking? And if you ever try to walk while thinking about walking, like if you actually think about, okay, now I'm going to move this foot, and now I'm going to pick up this foot, and now I'm going to contract this muscle, and then I'm going to relax this muscle, and I'm going to lift my toes here, the more that you think about walking, the actually harder it becomes. And so this is the big problem with people who are overthinkers, is that we use thought as a substitute for learning. If we really look at the optimal way in which the mind solves problems, it's not actually with theory crafting, it's with learning and experience. And so if you're someone who's in a social anxiety kind of situation, or you have social anxiety, one of the treatments of social anxiety is to actually give this person data. I'm not talking about doing research about reading about theories of social anxiety on the internet. What I'm saying is that if you actually want to perform well in life, what you need to do is give your brain data, give it experience that it can actually learn from and adapt to. And if you sort of think a little bit about, okay, when does my brain perform optimally? It's not when I theory craft my way all the way to the moon. It's actually when I give my brain data sets. And we sort of know this from like playing games. Like, you can theory craft as much as you want to, but 1,000 hours of theory crafting is not a substitute for 1,000 hours of gameplay, right? And this is kind of what we see in social anxiety, is that when people are sort of stuck in their own heads, one of the best treatments for it is some amount of exposure therapy, some amount of actually getting out there and experiencing different kinds of things. And when we experience these sorts of things, it activates other parts of our brain. So we'll sort of activate our empathy circuitry, we'll activate our learning circuitry. And if you kind of think about challenges that you face, the more experience you get with them, the easier they become. And that's not because you've thought your way to success. It's actually because you're utilizing all of these other parts of the brain. And here's the real tragedy of people who overthink, is that the more that you think, the more that the other parts of your brain become rusty. And this is especially true of kids with high IQ, because early on, what do we learn if we've got high IQ? We learn that there's one tool which can work really, really well for all kinds of different things. And the more that we start relying on our IQ, the more that we start relying on our thought process, the more atrophied other parts of our brain become. And so if you're struggling with overthinking and you're kind of wondering, okay, how do I think my way to a solution? The first thing that you need to understand is that you can't really think your way to a solution. And not only can you not necessarily think your way to a solution, that thinking may actually impede your chances of success. That the more that you try to think your way to a solution, the worse the solution is going to be, or the worse your actual performance is going to be. And how do you fix this problem? You actually just need to give your brain data. You need to give it the opportunity to learn. And so I'm going to leave y'all with a little bit of wisdom from the realm of Go. So Go is an ancient board game, also applies to things like chess, which is that if you want to be good at Go, what you need to do is lose your first 100 games as fast as you can. Because all the people who are learning Go sort of figured out that, okay, there's no substitute for actually playing the game. And so if you're struggling with a particular problem that you're overthinking, I know it sounds kind of scary, but probably what you need to do is learn instead of think. Give your brain data. And this is what's so crippling and paralyzing, is that when we think about, okay, how do I learn? We think that that process of learning is going to be incredibly painful. How do I get this person to agree to come to my birthday party? How do I get this person to like me? And so we think about this over and over and over again, but we can't ever come to a real solution. Instead, if you really want to learn how to socialize with someone and how to be accepted, the real solution is that you try something, right? You don't sit at home and think about it. You try something and you kind of acknowledge that this may not work out. But on the upside, the next time around that I meet someone, I will have more data and I will actually get better at this. And so just to summarize, if you even think about, how do you want to defeat a particular boss in a video game, the solution is not endless theory crafting. And y'all may have even seen arguments with like noobs on the internet who are low MMR and will theory craft their way into arguments with people who are way better than them at the game. And the thing is that you can argue against this noob on the internet, and you can be way better than them, but no amount of intellectual masturbation is going to ever convince them. What's the only way that they are going to learn? By actually doing something. So if you're crippled with overthinking, acknowledge that some kind of attempt is going to be anxiety provoking. Maybe breathe into it a little bit. Check out some of the YouTube videos that we have on meditation. Check out Dr. K's Guide to Anxiety and things like that. And really kind of acknowledge your fear and then try to actually learn instead of solve the problem.
Thank you very much, dear Gabriel, for sending that video in for us to watch. I think Dr. K is very insightful, and I very much appreciate the way he breaks down these points into clearly articulated facts that helps our brain process. It's so true that nothing like practical experience, and when our mind is convinced that it needs to think its way to a solution, that we end up just getting into more trouble. So a much better idea is, instead of trying to imagine all sorts of scenarios or cognize what needs to happen, just put yourself out there. Put yourself in those situations where you can learn directly. And the more one learns directly, the more it becomes just ingrained in your being. So when problems do arise in the future, you're less, you feel less like you have to think about the task at hand, and just do it. Just be one with your action, because you've gained that experience to express it a little more directly than merely intellectually. But that is today's show and tell. Generally, I reserve show and tells for something that the person submitting them has made themselves, but I know that, I don't know if Gabriel knew that or not, but I'm definitely giving this an exception because Dr. K is so helpful, and I know that a lot of people could use the reference. You share that you watch his videos a lot when you're struggling, and then struggle to translate the intellectual, the vidya knowledge into experiential knowledge, jnana. You'd preferably like to listen to the one about detachment or non-attachment, which was the first video that you linked that we didn't watch. It's a source that you really like, but it's 23 minutes long, and I thought as a compromise for not being a show and tell from you per se, we'd watch the other video you sent that was a little shorter, which you hadn't seen before. But I'm very grateful that you gave me the choice, and for everyone here for watching this with me. So thank you very much. If anyone else ever wants to submit a show and tell, please check out the link in the link tree in my bio. There's a submission form there, and you can submit whatever. Let's get our background music back in here. Here we go. Welcome everyone that joined while we were watching too. Dear Bane has a knife. You love Dr. K. I'm happy to hear that. Hello, dear Shrihasya Chitrakara. How are you feeling? Lala Michelle, you asked an interesting question. is it possible we see too much, more aware of the world, so it's almost trying to trick our brain that we're wrong? Awareness is never the issue. It's good to have higher awareness. The issue is not having time to process all that which we're aware of, because we collect so much data, but we don't have time to actually integrate our experiences. And that's what sleep is for. Please get as much sleep as you can, everyone. And meditation, if you can't do that, or on top of the sleep you already get. And be bored, have times where you just do nothing. Processing is something you need to grow with your raising of your experience. And on the spiritual path, where your consciousness is elevating and your mind is opening and your heart is expanding and your awareness is getting more and more subtle, all of that comes with a higher need to process what you're experiencing too. And that's what sadhana, spiritual practice, is all about. Now, thanks those who sent a rose or a gift while we were exploring that too. Oh my goodness, you guys are so generous. Dear Lala Michelle, thank you for the octet of roses. The tiny, the rosa, the heart me, and the level up sparks. It's very kind of you. Never expected, but always appreciated. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Stanisek, thank you for the heart me you sent too. And the friendship necklace. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, Sakura. And thank you for watching that video, dear Lindsay. I'm glad it helped. Thank you for the feather mask, Jay. That's very unique. I've never seen that before. Om Gan Ganapataye Namaha. Thank you, dearest Franklin, for the heart me that you shared. Om Som Suryaya Namaha. Do I exercise? Asks user 574. Probably not enough. I like to go for walks and hikes and things like that. I haven't been doing that much lately because it's Canada and it's cold outside, but now that spring is certainly arriving, I'm going to be doing more of that. And thank you, Tatwamasi, for the quintet of roses that you sent to. And thank you for the lovely Rudraksha beads you sent me for Shivaratri. They're beautiful. I'm wearing them today. One is on my wrist, the 54 bead one. And this 108 bead one is also around my neck. I just love them. Thank you very much. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. I think that partially answers Denise's question. What necklace and bracelet am I wearing? They are the sacred Rudraksha seeds, which are considered holy to those whom are associated with Shiva, form of the divine from India. Thank you, dear Cher, for the TGIF you sent. Happy Friday. Om Mang Madanaya Nama. And Gina, thank you for your heart me and pair of roses. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Strung by Stacy, for your naughty chicken. Om Kham Jahnavyay Namah. We're going to start reading the 8th chapter of the 3rd act of the Journey Home soon. Yes. These two malas I mentioned, dear Jay, Tatwamasi sent me them from Nepal. And there are many online sellers from Nepal and the Himalayas. And also, Sri Lanka has a nice supply of Rudraksha seeds as well. Yeah. But there's also spiritual stores, if you have one of those somewhere around you. There's a couple in my city that I go to that have a small selection of malas. But honestly, now with the internet, even some of the most lonely shops in the middle of nowhere have an Amazon front or something, so we're more connected than ever before. Oh, hello, dear initiate of the muse. I hope to be a good trip sitter for you. Dear Not Found, you're wondering if I do any research on the cultural meaning of my practices. Well, of course. The practices are intimately tied with the culture. You can't practice something that is a part of culture without being familiar with that culture. For example, a lot of the Vedic and yogic knowledge comes from Proto-Indo-European culture, especially the Aryans that came southward from the Himalayas and descended to find the indigenous population of the Proto-Dravidians that were engaged in various mantra recitation and temple creation and murti consecration. And these two cultures flowed into each other in the Indus Valley civilization and grew over thousands of years to create what is today known as Hinduism, but is a tapestry of traditions that knits together so many different sacred threads, because no single pathway to the divine exists in India, or as the subcontinent is known in native languages, Bharat. Every path is a unique one for each of us. But I can certainly grow in my knowledge, because there's no end to learning about the fascinations of our human culture. You're probably wondering about the language of the mantras I shared, dear Mighty Loop. That would be called Sanskrit, or as known in Sanskrit, Samskrita, which literally means that which has been perfected. Isn't that amazing? The language itself is called that which has been perfected. And the script that's used to render the letters is called Devanagari, which means citizens of the city of the divine. That the letters themselves are divine citizens. It's said that all the sounds of Sanskrit are names of the divine themselves. Im, im, rum, rum, im, ahim, kham, gum, ngam, chum, jum, nyam, dum, tham, nam, dum, tham, nam, bum, mam, yam, ram, lam, vam, sham, sam, ham, sham. The 50 names of the divine. Those are called bidas. And that's how you learn Sanskrit, in that order. Hello, dear Fallon. Elise, you ask, how do you become more productive? I'm going to give you an answer that sounds like the opposite of an answer. You become more productive by becoming less productive. In other words, give yourself more time to rest, relax, recharge, take care of your body and mind away from what you need to do in the world, and you will end up being more productive. The more you take care of your mind and body, the more your mind and body take care of everything around you. And by take care, I mean really take care. Not just give it pleasure and gratification, but actually do what is required to heal the wounds of the past and create intentions within it for the bright future that you see for you. Thank you, dear Jared, for the heart me that you sent. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. And dear Zia, thank you for your rose. Om Tham Namaschandaraya. Yeah, the step culture, that's right, dear Initiated to Muse. Dear Nadia, that's a great question. Do you create more than you consume? Exactly. How are we integrating our experiences and then cultivating them into something, rather than just feeling like we're missing something, that we need something more to absorb and then we'll be complete? Our completion comes from our creation of taking the experiences that are already within us and expressing them. Hello, dearest T to infinity. I like that mantra, Nishyat. Ajñāya swaha idam namama. I offer my ignorance into the sacrificial fire. None of this is mine. You did miss the psychiatrist monk, dear Anne, but I did record the show and tell section as always, and it'll be on my YouTube channel. Hello, dear Uro. Hello, Kalki-ji. Thank you, dear Kathleen, for the pair of roses that you sent. Om Som Somaya Namah. And thank you, dear Kalki-ji, for your rose too. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. Dear Orange Plaids, you ask, how come everyone knows this strange language? Well, certainly not everyone, but it is often resorted to in spiritual contexts because it's such a spiritually precise language. Kind of like how Latin is a very scientifically precise language. We still use Latin for scientific terms, even though we're a largely English-speaking West. As there are a lot of terms for precise scientific ideas in Latin, there's a lot of terms for precise spiritual ideas in Sanskrit that really you cannot translate to English or almost any other language. Terms like Brahma, the ultimate reality, universal consciousness, or Atma, the individual's experience of that universal consciousness that you are, and the jiva, the limitation of that unique perception, or of course the karma, the action, which is so intimately tied to the intentions and the fruit, the phalam that comes from that. And all these terms can only begun to be translated into English, so usually we don't. Or terms like yoga, I mean, can we even translate it into English? Yoga means the gentle union arising from the balance between Atman and Brahman. I mean, there's no single English word that has that meaning. Yeah. Hello, dear Basiliki. Jacqueline, you share that Brahma is a brand of beer in Brazil. That's hilarious. Well, that's a very spiritual language too, dear Orange Plaids. Icelandic. Hello, dear Spring ASMR. Now, let's continue where we left off reading in our book, The Journey Home. return our attention to the comment section. So if you say anything while I'm reading, I might not be able to address it till after our chapter is done. It's a short one today, though. Today we're starting the 8th chapter of the 3rd act of the journey home. Only a few pages. I pray that this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. Let's dive right into it. I next roamed on to Swayambhunat, which lies 3 kilometers west of Kathmandu. Surrounded by a vast expanse of rice paddies, this beautiful hill is crowned with a monkey temple, an ancient Buddhist temple covered by a wide dome called a stupa, and said to be built 2,000 years ago. The 8 eyes of Buddha on the base of the spire observed the 4 directions. These eyes were about to see something amazing. For no apparent reason, one morning I had an urge to walk to Kathmandu. So I left my reclusive abode on the mountain, wandered on foot to the city, and meandered through the streets and markets for a short time. Then I began to walk back to Swayambhunat through a long stretch of rice paddies. With its rich greenery and snowy Himalayan peaks piercing the skies, Kathmandu Valley is like a heaven on earth. As I walked along the narrow bank that enclosed the swampy paddy fields, tiny raindrops began to fall. Dark blue monsoon clouds thickened in the sky, obscuring the sun and promising to send down torrents. As the drizzle grew to a light rain, I looked around for a shelter but saw not a single tree. Nothing but rice paddies stretched in all directions. Then, at a distance, I beheld the figure of what appeared to be an elderly man carrying an umbrella over his head. Hoping to share his umbrella, I scurried along the thin paddy border to catch up with him. The path was narrow and slippery, so I could not walk beside him. Instead, I nestled in behind. Struggling to keep under the umbrella, I repeatedly slipped down toward the soupy mud of the paddy. Meanwhile, the umbrella carrier, or maybe he was concentrating, I skipped a sentence. Meanwhile, the umbrella carrier never once turned around. Perhaps he was intimidated by my intrusion, or maybe he was concentrating on not falling into the pools of mud. In this anonymous way, we 2 strangers walked along together through the deserted and soggy fields for some time. 2 men alone in a vast paddy field, we shared an umbrella as the monsoon poured down torrents. 10 minutes later, when the storm subsided, I offered thanks to the stranger. He turned around now for the first time to have a look at my face. Our eyes met. We were thunderstruck. Our mouths dropped open and our eyes filled with tears. How could this be? For a moment we stood motionless in a place outside of time. The umbrella dropped into the mud. "Gary!" I cried. "Monk!" Under the monsoon sky, hearts bursting with joy, we embraced. "We're together again," I said. There we stood, alone in a vast Himalayan valley, thrilled by the mysteries of life. From the time of our sad farewell on the Isle of Crete, we had walked our respective paths. Inseparable childhood friends, we'd been separated by destiny, and today that invisible puppeteer had pulled us together in an isolated rice paddy in Nepal. Reeling from joy, we strolled through the paddy fields toward the place Gary was staying, all the while exchanging our experiences since parting. Slipping and sliding on the narrow paddy bank, Gary walked in front and I close behind. Did you ever make it to Israel? I asked. He turned to me and stroked his beard, which had grown several inches since we last parted 11 months before. After you left Crete, he explained, I worked on a fishing boat for my passage to Israel. I worked on a kibbutz for a while. Then with some money in my pocket, I set out for India. How did you get here? I took the magic bus. He paused for a moment and began walking again. He described the cheap bus for down-and-out travelers that ran from Europe to India. After returning from Israel, he had boarded in Istanbul, crossed the Middle East, and got off at the end of the line in Old Delhi. And what brought you to this uninhabited rice paddy? I asked him. The sweltering heat of Delhi was too much, Gary told me, still trembling with excitement. So with some friends from the magic bus, I came up to Kathmandu Valley and found a little house in the countryside. We approached the village and left behind the narrow borders of the rice paddies. I walked side by side with my old friend. A water buffalo trudged toward us on the sodden path, so we stepped aside to let her pass. Monk, Gary continued, I came to India with a hope to find you, but seeing the hundreds of millions of people in this vast land, I concluded it was impossible. I knew you would never be in the hangouts where travelers make the scene. I figured you were in some cave or secluded ashram. I never thought I'd see you again. Gary stopped and turned. His eyes widened. Nobody will believe this story. Nobody. It was August of 1971. Almost a year had passed since we'd parted in Crete. By my appearance, Gary could see that I had adopted the life of a sadhu. The arduous journey across the Middle East, the time spent in the company of enlightened yogis, and the many months in seclusion had left me as a seasoned ascetic. For good reason, Gary was hesitant to bring me to the place he was crashing with his friends. What happens when a Nepalese village home is rented to hippies of the West? As we entered the little structure, rock and roll music blared, men and women danced seductively, and opium pipes were passed around in a cloud of smoke. Gary introduced me to his friends, all of whom I greeted politely. To say I could no longer identify with this scene was an understatement. I just stood on the sidelines and watched. After some time, I took Gary aside, escorting him to a quiet place in an open field where we sat under a banana tree. A blanket of hovering clouds released a mist of cooling droplets. We breathed deeply the fresh mountain air, welcome relief from the opium cloud inside. Although I feared being judgmental, I spoke openly to my friend. Gary, you have traveled across the world to come here. This is a land of spirituality, yet you have brought the hippie culture of the West with you. You could live like this in Chicago. You're just doing the same old things and more in a different setting. How will you grow? What will you gain? I pleaded with him in earnest. Please, my brother, while you're in this part of the world, try to experience the wealth of spirituality here. If you agree, I'll take you to the holy places and teach you the life of a sadhu. Gary looked far away into the horizon. Let me think about it. Come on, Gary, I pressed. Don't you remember when you begged me to go to Europe with you? I dropped all my plans and did it. Now I'm pleading with you to come to the holy places with me. I loved my friend, and it pained me to see that he came so far and was missing this precious opportunity. The next day, Gary said goodbye to his friends and entered into the school of spiritual mendicants. Together again we began exploring the meaning of life by meeting new people in new places. But this time we followed traditions that were long ago established by enlightened beings. Day to day, I taught my old friend how to survive in India as a spiritual seeker. How amazed he was to learn the method for hitchhiking in India, jumping into the window of a moving third-class train. I also shared with him the art of begging for simple food and dressing like a sadhu. An elderly Swami informed us about a pilgrimage to Amarnath, a famous cave situated high in the Himalayas of Kashmir. He said that any soul fortunate enough to complete the rigorous pilgrimage would be awarded great spiritual merit. Gary was ripe and ready for the adventure, and so was I. We set off. On the road again from Kathmandu, we returned to India riding in the back of a truck to Rudraksha and then on to Patna, where I introduced Gary to Rama Sevaka Swami. Swami was thrilled to see me again and still carrying the stick he gave me. Gary looked on in wonder, amazed by the kind of friends I was keeping. From Patna we traveled west by train. Gary was especially eager for a tour of Varanasi from a sadhu's perspective. While there we visited the famous temple of Kashi Vishwanath in the early morning. Brass bells were ringing, hymns were chanted by the temple priests, and swirling pillars of incense smoke rose and dissipated into the air. I prayed, "My Lord, I long to know you and to love you. Please show me the path I must follow." Something happened to me at that moment. I was overwhelmed with a feeling of hope that if I only humble myself before the Lord, everything would be revealed. I felt that his hand was reaching out to me and that something very special was about to happen in my life. It was at the railway station in Varanasi that we squirmed into a train of compressed human bodies crushed limb to limb in the sweltering heat of the monsoon. The whistle blew as the steam engine pumped up bellows of smoke and hissed out steam. The heavy steel wheels ground forward, the train lurched, and we were on our way. The monsoon storm was furious, converting an agricultural field into a muddy lake and paralyzing the engine. Hours passed in stagnancy. In the extreme heat, striving to set aside my physical discomfort, I'd longed to hear the whistle blow, signaling movement. Nearly 2 days later, the train inched out of the fields, and before dawn, halted at an unknown station. Gary and I escaped through a window and onto the platform for temporary relief before the journey continued. The fresh air was glorious. The dimly lit, crowded railway platform looked dirty and run down. To us, though, it was like a paradise, a place where we might find water to drink, air to breathe, and space to move our limbs. But while we were stretching, the whistle blew, the steam hissed, and the train jerked forward. Frantically, we ran alongside and tried to jam our bodies back in through the window, but couldn't penetrate the masses inside. Window after window and door after door, we tried to claw our way in. Finally, the train disappeared down the tracks, leaving us behind. We stood there, stranded in an unknown place, not knowing how long it might be until another train came through. Gary looked at me and asked, "Now what?" And that's the end of the chapter. Thank you for listening. I look forward to starting the 9th chapter of the 3rd act with you next time. So, if you have any insights you want to share before then, please let me know. That concludes our Shravana section, dedicated to listening. We had a lovely time listening to the 10-minute video for show and tell and our 15-minute reading of our book. Now we can turn our attention to whatever is in our hearts and minds in the Manana section, dedicated to Q&A. Let me transition scenes now. Thank you, dear Surtvi, or Surtvil, SRDVL, for the rose you sent. I'm Saraswati Nama. Thank you, dear Tatvamasi. So, how are you all feeling in this moment? And welcome all those who joined while we were reading too. Hello. Hello, dear Port Jeff Salt Cave. Ah, yes, you do know your Bija mantras. My nickname does happen to be spelt similarly to the Bija mantra for the heart. But it's more of a synchronicity than my conscious choosing. For I was born Liam, Lyam, and because of the unique spelling of a Y instead of the traditional I, eventually the nickname Yam stuck. And I later learned, just as you have, that it is the mantra for the heart. And given how significant the heart is to me, as I suffered from anxiety relating to my heart since I was young, I felt like it was all meant to be. You're feeling good, dear Crossfires? Good. You're feeling well, Jake. I'm happy to hear that. You are feeling divinity. That's nice. Do you have some tea with you, dear Miananda? Good night, dear Kalkiji. Thank you. I like that you shared love, dear Raven, to Michelle G, Rary G, Jackie G, Marcy G, Kimmy G, Dansuela G, Tatwamasi G, and all. And all G. Oh, welcome, dear Arwen. Nice to see you here on your break. I hope to re-energize you for the rest of your shift. Your Sangha snack is mugwort and rose tea. Oh, how divine indeed, dear Nyananda. Hello, Nyanjalo Pack. Welcome, dear Tigerflex, too. Hello, dear Craig. Jay, you liked the part in the story where he met his friend under the shared umbrella in the monsoon. Isn't that lovely? Yeah. Dear Arwen, you ask, how often do I do lives? Almost every day. Unless I'm prioritizing taking care of my loved ones, which includes my body or my mind. But assuming my body, mind, and every other body and mind that I can take care of are well, then every day. Usually around now. It is the most meaningful thing in my life to be able to do these sanghas. Without this community, I would not know what I would be doing. I find so much value in learning from all of you and having a space to share this presence and reflecting whatever I can within the potential that exists within all of us. Hello, dear Anya. And thank you for the likes. Dearest ASDF or Black Heart emoji. I echo the question again, dear Neangelo Pack. How are you, oh kind souls? Where you wonder if the friend you had to let go of will ever reach back. Out understand, or you're understanding what you were on about. not sure if there was a autocorrect for some of the words in the sentence there, but I think I understand. Yes. Only time will reveal such. If someone is in our life, that's something that we can be grateful for. And no relationship truly ends. It just transforms into something of a different kind. Sometimes that relationship needs physical space, but you continue to carry them in your heart as they do with you too. And of course we can wonder endlessly about what could happen. And that's how we process, how we reflect, how we grow, as long as we are being kind to ourselves. Good night, dearest Arthe. Glad you liked the story. Thank you, dear Jay. The value you find in here is what helps me know what I can bring to this space. Arwen, you had a crow touch your head twice while on your way to work. What do I think that means? Kind of startled you. Oh, that's very lovely. You're like a Disney princess. Mother Nature is saying, hey, hello. Usually animals don't go near you unless you have a lack of fear. If you have a fear within you, animals can sense that and generally will stay away from you or act aggressively. Fight or flight. But if animals are comfortable to be around you, that's a good sign that you've come a long way with having a sort of release of the things that used to bother you. Dear Spring ASMR, you ask, do I believe in Christ's Spirit? You don't have to believe in the divine to experience it. And I've certainly experienced the Spirit of the Christ. It's very powerful, very potent. There's a reason we get the word passion from the passion of the Christ. I like how there's an affinity for crows among you. They are some of nature's most intelligent creations. Corvids, they mirror a lot of human intelligence, human levels of intelligence, as do octopi. Orthopods are also very intelligent too. The most intelligent land animals are, of course, humans. Although, at the same time, we're so dumb, aren't we? The most intelligent air animals are corvids, and then the most intelligent water animals are orthopods. That's a great idea, dear Raven. I used to do Epsom salt full baths. My mother would run them for me when I was younger with essential oils. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Dolphins are very intelligent too. They're whales as well, dear Colby. I shouldn't say that any creature is most intelligent, because it's equally intelligent. It's just that their intelligence is in different niches of the ecosystem that they exist within. Anna Banana, you ask, how do we determine what intelligence is? Well, adding to my point, intelligence is just experience, and we all have equal experience in terms of our depth but we don't have equal experience in terms of what we delegate our experience into. Intelligence can mean logical, mathematical, scientific thinking, but that's just one kind of experience. That's an experience with problem solving and pattern recognition. But if you spend a lot of time with your emotions, you'll absolutely develop an emotional intelligence. If you spend a lot of time observing others, you'll develop interpersonal intelligence. If you spend a lot of time in new environments, you'll develop a geospatial intelligence. It's all about the time, energy, awareness that you give to something. Intelligence is just an expression of that. But we all have awareness. We just give it to different things. Hello, dear Qualia. Good to see me at Ramadan. How many of you are practicing Ramadan this month? I like that, Jay. We humans are only at the birth of our intellectual capabilities. Check back in a few thousand years. It's so true. Dear Candy Cake, you had asked, why does the nature of everything seem so contrasting? Contrasting is a good word because contrast is a quality of our nature. Nature thrives in diversity, and diversity has contrast as a part of it. Low contrast diversity is not very diverse. Low diversity would not have very high contrast. And the reason that is because there are two aspects of existence here. There's the material and there's the spiritual. And the material comes from the spiritual, and the spiritual imbues the material, so they're inseparable. But if you just focus on Mother Nature, she is infinite. And if you just focus on Father Consciousness or Spirit, he is nothingness. He is the space itself that has no form. And the purpose of nature is to express many different things. And the purpose of the source is to be still and one and expressionless. I like your subtle distinctions between knowledge, intelligence, and the union of understanding and information, dear Gabriel. Thank you for finding beauty in me, dear Lizzie. Isabella, thank you for the bow knot. That's cute. Hare Krishna. Oh, Evil Eye. Their TikTok username, LOLOL. You share you're going through a hard time. Might be getting broken up with. That is a hard time. Much love to you. Remember that whenever we are feeling difficulties from the outside, from others, that we don't make the same mistake with ourselves on the inside. If another person is disconnecting from you, don't disconnect from yourself. If another person is pulling away from you, you don't pull away from yourself. If another person is leaving you alone, don't leave yourself alone. Be in your own company. Share a kind of love with yourself, and that is the most attractive thing you could do in the process anyway. Maybe I'm AI, shares Lizzie. I know where you're coming from. But I don't think any intelligence is artificial. If you think about it, if it arises in this universe, then it must be part of cosmic nature that this would unfold in this way. Whether intelligence is seen in a human, an animal, or even a computational being, it's all a natural intelligence because it's the same nature of the universe awakened to itself. Thank you, dear Niangelo Pack, for the heart meat, 10 tiny diamonds, yippee, and the septet of roses. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namah. P-Flomatics, thank you for your heart meat. Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Prityor Mukshiya Mamritat. Good evening, dear young blood. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Hello, nervous. Today's a holiday, dear Anasak. Thank you, Anasak, for your 30 roses. Thank you, Raven, for your crystal dreams. Om Ham Ham Hrim Hrim Namah Shakti Shivaya Shiva Shaktiyai Namah Om. Dear Jocelyn, you share that a friend's dog almost unalived you with his love. He ran at you and you landed inches away from deep water. My goodness. I'm very grateful that you are safe. Sometimes love has a habit of plunging us deep into the unknown. It usually works out for the better. Not without perhaps some pain. But that discomfort can be a sign of growth when we go outside of our comfort zone. Thank you, dear Melody. Dear Starlight Wow, you ask, what is the mechanism through which mantras help us? That's a great question, dear Starlight Wow. Maybe by analogy, we can think about the way in which listening to music or singing is beneficial. There are very real and measurable psychosomatic effects that music has on our body. Part of this has to do with the frequencies, with the rhythm. Another part of it has to do with the meaning of the words. But perhaps most importantly, it's what that song means to us. That you have associated some feeling within you with the flourishing of that arpeggio, or you feel the pain in the artist's voice and that resonates with your pain. Or you think about how much has gone into creating that song and you're reminded of just how much creativity exists within you. There's the power of association between what you're experiencing and you as the experiencer. You can also draw the parallel of when a loved one speaks words to you that really resonate with you. Because it's coming from someone whose words mean a lot to you, you've opened a doorway to that sort of communication that communication has a deeper effect on you. Similarly, mantras are communication channels with the divine. And if you can really feel the divinity of that communication channel, then just as a loved one may say something to you that really hits you, transforms you from the inside out, then we may get words from the divine in the form of mantras that have survived from our ancestors, passing them down. And that really transforms us from the inside out too. Thank you, dear Midge, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Goodbye, dear Arwen. May you have a wonderful rest of your shift. Hello, dear Stevie G. That is very true, dear Anne. Breakups are like death, and it does get easier with time. I hope that answered your question, dear Starlight Wow, or began to answer it, because there's no conclusion. Dear Lizzie, you share you miss your creativity. You are actively holding it yourself, like you draw a lot, but it's not the same. You need the same passion. You keep asking what is wrong, but you know it's the wrong question. In the subtle body, creativity is associated with the concentration of energy known as the Svadhisthana chakra. The Svadhisthana chakra is above the Muladhara chakra. Above the root, it is the sacral. There are many aspects of each of these subtle energy centers. Creativity is just one side of the Svadhisthana chakra. The other side is our sexuality. So often, when a person's creativity is faltering, it is because there's some part of their sexuality that also needs healing. It's actually the same energy. At some times when you might, get the urge to have an intimate moment with someone or maybe yourself, if you look closely, that could be the very same passion that could pour into a creative project, or vice versa. When you are bringing life into a creative project, that same passion could raise a child or produce one. So if there's any history of trauma or abuse relating to that, or oppression, or there's something that you're in the shadows with that hasn't come out into the light, maybe a truth that needs to be, accepted is the word I'm looking for, that can help open the doors for the flow of the passion of creativity once more or so. And you shared that, in your own words, you're very man-hating, but it's not very spiritual to be like that. Sounds like you probably have been taken advantage of by men in the past, and I'm so sorry that that happened to you, and that you gave that passion away to people that didn't respect that and value that. And that's not your fault at all. And I pray that that part of you shall be healed. You are right where you need to be in the healing process. Forgiving yourself is probably the first step. That it was not your fault to be in those situations. And eventually, when the time is ready, forgiving others can relieve that impact on your energetic system, but not without learning from those interactions. Forgiveness is not the same as forgetfulness or justification of others' wrongdoing to you. What it is it's an opportunity for you to let go of the energy that's no longer serving you. This aversion that's putting a dampening on your abilities. And you can continue to set boundaries where they need to be with other people and voice your concerns and stand up for your vulnerabilities and others too. But no longer from a place of having been hurt, but having been healed. And so you are a survivor. Thank you, dear John Simon, for your TGIF. Om Mani Padme Hum. And thank you, dear Lobotomy, for your rose, your GG, and another rose too. Om Kham Namah Parashaktaye. I think I just mixed my bijas. I meant to do Om Am Namah Parashaktaye. Kam is for Prajapati. Om Kam Namah Prajapati. Dear Bachana, you ask, am I more Hindu leaning or Buddhist leaning? I stand up straight, I don't lean. They say keep your spine straight, right? That means no leaning. Yeah. Many traditions have something equivalent to mantras, like Dhikr in Islam, which is Qualia. We got some mischief in the chat, I see. It's funny. Hello, dear Anthony. I hope you are doing well, my friend. Sorry that it took me a while to go through your messages from the other day, but I did send you a message in return. Stevie G, you ask if there's a version of Om Namah for Shakti? Yeah. Om Namah Shaktaye. Actually, Shakti has two dative forms. One's Vedic, which is the more ancient, and one's classical. Classical has a more refined grammar. Vedic is just more ancient. The ancient dative form for Shakti is Shaktiyai. So if you want to do a Vedic chant, it would be like Om Namah Shaktiyai. If you want to do a more classical Sanskrit chant, it would be Om Namah Shaktaye. Dear Julie, you ask, what are my thoughts on dreadlocks? They have been a symbol for spirituality in the East for thousands of years, probably tens of thousands of years. It's a sign of detachment from the world and just letting the hair grow. My mother would kill me if I got them, so I'll probably never get them. But you'll often see yogis wearing them. Dear Nervous, you ask, what if your spine hurts and your L5 is detached? Well, you have a medical reason for taking care of your body in a different way, and that's completely understandable. Panini says in his Yoga Sutras that the best meditation asana or seat is one that's comfortable yet sturdy. So yeah, having a straight spine would be sturdy for most people, but it wouldn't be comfortable for you. And so it wouldn't qualify as a good yoga asana. Thank you, dear Ilpanik, for the pair of roses that you sent. Harihi Om Tat Sat. And dear Jake, thank you for your rose. Om Madinaya Namah. Thank you, dear John Simon, for the heart me too. Om Kring Kalikai Namah. And thank you, Divine Rose, for your heart me too. Om Pram Hanumate Namah. What's my favorite soup? Asks Madison. I like cosmic soup or primordial soup, where we all come from. Dear Bachanal, you ask, where did I get my necklaces? I got this one on my wrist, and this 108 bead from one of the Sangis here, Tatwamasi, who got them from Nepal. This other one I'm wearing, I got from, I believe, someone in also near the Himalayas, and they had an online store. That's funny, Stevie G. Dear Jake, you ask, do I feel that I've been visited by a spirit and given a dream before? Asks Jake. I have, actually. Yeah. Usually I don't. And I'll tell you why I don't before I tell you what the dream was. I usually don't because I feel like there is only spirit. And so spirits plural is kind of a funny idea to me because it's all one. That I don't feel visited as if spirit was ever away from me and then came to me, because it's always here. It's always with all of us. So the concept of spirit visiting is funny to me personally, because there just is spirit that pervades everything, always. It's here, it's within me, it's within you, it's within everything. But I did have a dream where it was a little bit more separate. And separate came this narrator. And in that dream, some of you have heard this before, I was hovering over the house of my parents. And they were actually engaged in the act of procreation. I know it's a really weird dream to have, but I wasn't thinking about what they were doing. It was what the narrator of the dream was telling me, and I could see through the walls and the roof. And the narrator was saying that this is not a dream, this is what happened. This is the moment in the past when you chose who your parents were. And if you decide that these two will be your mom and your dad, then they will begin to create a body for you. And you will assist them in creating that body, but you won't fully enter until your mother's water breaks. And then you will be in your body, and then you will be born. And I'm a skeptical person, so I asked the narrator, how do I know this is really what happens? And the narrator gave me an answer. The narrator said, when you wake up, ask your mom this question. Was it snowing? Boom, dream disappeared. I woke up. And I forgot. I have no idea what that question meant, but anyway, I actually forgot that dream, and it wasn't until later that day that I was driving down the highway with my mom, and while we were stopped at an intersection, she just randomly raised the idea related to what we were talking about, that, you know what they say, that you choose your parents. And then, my dream flooded back to me, and I was telling her what happened, and I said I was, looking down over above, and there's this narrator telling me that that was when I was choosing you, and that you would help me, enter the time of birth, but not before then. And I asked, how is it real? How is this actually what happened? And Spirit told me to ask me this question to you. And my mom said, okay, go ahead. What's the question? Was it snowing? And it was like, immediately, this wave just like washed over my mom's face, like she was drawn back to something that she didn't say. I still don't know what the question meant to her, but she started crying. All she said was that my dreams were revealing too much. So clearly that question meant a lot to her, and I thought that was a very interesting experience. So anyway, that was probably a dream that I could tell you, where I felt like Spirit was sharing something with me. And it meant a lot to my mother. And I think it has some interesting spiritual sidereals, which is that I think with the talk of women's rights and bodily autonomy, oftentimes the quote-unquote spiritual perspective says that no, you absolutely cannot abort a fetus because the soul is already in it. But according to my dream, which isn't exactly a primary source, but anyway, according to that experience, which really left an impression on me and my mother, there's something else at work here. That no, the soul doesn't enter completely the moment of creation or at any point, that it only fully enters when the water breaks. So before that point, since the spirit is already still free, not attached to the body, then please reserve your right for bodily autonomy. At that point, it's just a part of the mother. And as part of the mother, it's her body. So she gets to choose what she does with her body. Dear Olivia, you ask, what about the abused children? That's a very nuanced addition to the conversation indeed, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Olivia, because it deserves to be discussed too. Whenever we talk about ourselves choosing our parents, it's good to bring up the counterpoint about why would we choose to have such a difficult upbringing then? And I think that's a question that can only be answered after we've healed from that trauma. And maybe hearing this will be the beginning of that healing for many people. That while you're in the middle of that trauma, it does not seem like this is something you would ever in a million years choose. But people who have survived that and have really integrated the experiences that they've gained from that, they can speak so positively about the depth of their own being that experience brought them to. For example, some of the most amazing people in the world, some of the most incredible human beings, are survivors of abuse. And part of what allows them to be such great healers for others is because they've gone through such healing themselves. And they can empathize with the pain that other people go through. And so those dark moments in their past, which are absolutely a part of them, part of their story, allow them to cultivate an ability that increases the value of the rest of their life and in the lives of others around them. For example, many therapists choose to become counselors that specialize in that thing in order to not only understand what they've gone through personally and to, in some way, validate their struggle by applying that experience in a way that connects them with their clients and are therefore even more able to understand what they're going through and help them from their own firsthand experience. So it's not that we choose to be traumatized. It's that we choose to be sources of light in this world. And I think deep down, our soul knows that sometimes it's the darkest moments that allow our inner light to be found. Like we choose to become really great athletes, but we know that to do that requires putting strain on our muscles, putting a lot of stress on ourselves. A lot of it can be unnecessary, don't get me wrong. And we should absolutely be creating a world where that process happens more easily, with more grace, with less friction. But as it stands, these are the mechanisms in which the world's sages are born. That some people are baptized with water, but others are baptized with fire, figuratively. And a lot of our difficult experiences are our baptism of fire. Thank you, dear Vibber Zero, for the heart me and team bracelet you sent too. Om Kamalir Mahankalikaye Namah. And thank you, dear Neangelo Pact, for your subscription. Never expected, but I look forward to the ways in which our paths continue to cross. Om Bhurmbhuvaswa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. I know how devastating it can be for women to feel like their bodies can be decided by things outside of their control, which shouldn't be the case. Dictated by ancient scriptures, the dogma of old white men. It is time for something new. It is time for an age of women, an age of the feminine to arise as the spiritual leaders, because patriarchies are all about hierarchy and authority. The time of hierarchies and authoritative differences are over. It is time for a matriarchy, a time for equality. Matriarchies are all about circles, the Knights of the Round Table. Of course, if, King Arthur was a mother. But he embodied that spirit anyway. That for true community to thrive in this age, it must not be passed down from a teacher to a student, but laterally, horizontally, from friend to friend. And I think that's why the Buddha said 2,500 years ago that in this age he would return as Maitreya. Maitreya is a name, but it's also a Sanskrit word for friendship. And I think when the Buddha said that he would return in this age as friendship, that means that wisdom would no longer be passed down vertically, but horizontally. And that's why I come to you not as higher or lower than anybody, but as an equal. and that this space is just as much mine as it is everybody's, and I'm grateful that we get the chance to learn from each other. I am not a teacher. I am a student. And I only hope to reflect all of the wisdom that exists within you. Hello, dear Monica. Thank you, dear Ill Panic, for the rose you sent too. Om Namah Karnim Ambita Me Shrim Nadita Me Harim Devita Me Aim Sarasvatya Swaha. Thank you, dear Night Owl, for the trio of roses you sent too. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Why don't we take a moment to feel the collective power within everybody here? Just that raw magic. You know that if cultivated in the space between each other, we can bring out exactly what is needed from us for the world today. Love, compassion, empathy, patience, creativity, joy, a sense of freedom to express yourself. No matter what your truth is, it deserves to be heard. That's a great idea, dear Stevie G. A sticker for Ardhanarishwara. Yeah. The form of Shiva and Shakti as one being, one person. I like that. In a way, we do that every time we do the Namaskaram Mudra. It's said that our left side represents the moon, the feminine, nature, Shakti. And our right side represents the sun, the masculine, consciousness, Shiva. And if you bring them together in this gesture, you know, we live in a patriarchal society where we're always reaching out our right hand, which represents the masculine. But if we reach out both hands, we offer both our feminine and our masculine to each other. We bring them into contact as one. Thank you for your subscription, dear listener. Om Sadyojatam Prapadyami Sadyojataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavodbhavaya Namah. I'm glad you see the beauty in that, dear Sharon. And so you ask, is it egotistical to want to dissolve the ego? That is a very good question. You might notice that if you listen to my live streams, I personally don't use the word ego much. And that is for a specific reason. And it does very much align with the self-referential nature of your question. That is, the concept of the ego itself is the most egoic thing to think about. That if you really want to empower the ego, talk about the ego, including talking negatively about it. Because negativity is part of the ego, isn't it? So, to truly dissolve the ego is to just phrase things in a different way. Set the ego aside. Let's talk about our self, our divinity, not from a place of self-aggrandizement, but from the potential we have to be part of the whole, as a source of love, continuing to learn from our mistakes with humility, accountability. You know, the idea that there's any part of us that needs to change or be removed, it's that idea. If there was some part of us that needs to go, it's the idea that some part of us needs to go. As the great sage Ashtavakra said to King Janaka, you are the solitary witness of all things. Your only bondage is not seeing that. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your paper crane. Om Ham Jom Sam Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodaya. You're welcome, and thank you, Akala, for being here. That's a beautiful thing, dear Jay. You've learned to not judge the truth as others negatively, because their truth has shown you truth. I like the way you put that too, dear Sharon. Allow the light language to flow through. Thank you, dear Audrey. Thank you, Mark. All beauty that exists within me exists within you also. My understanding of the ego changed massively when I understood the word that it's often mistranslated from in Sanskrit. And that word in Sanskrit is ahangara. A-H-A anuswara K-A-A-R-A. Ahangara. It literally, if you want to translate it, ahang means I. But kara means maker. So ahankara means the I maker, the maker of the I. What does that mean? There's actually a very beautiful spiritual power here. Is that wherever you place that I, creation happens. And this is totally different from thinking about the ego as something wrong or negative about you. The ahankara, the I maker, is the source of creation. What matters is just where you put the aham, where you put the I. If you leave it in your body, you'll never be satisfied. Because no matter what you create with your body, it's never fulfilling, it's never enough. That's finite, it's made of flesh, it's made of something that's temporary. We can never be satisfied with a temporary sense of self. If we place the I in the mind, we create more thoughts, we create more philosophies, ideologies. It's never sustaining either. But if we place the aham in the atma, in the self that exists within everyone, if we create from a place of universal being, then that sense of self becomes productive and fulfilling. So the ahankara, the I maker, not something to remove, but something to move. Not remove, but move. We move it from the limited mind and body to the unlimited self that exists within all of us. In other words, what we identify with, we serve. And if we identify with our body, we serve the body. If we identify with our senses, we serve our senses. If we identify with our mind, we serve our mind. If we identify with our intellect, we serve our intellect. But all of those things have their limitations. And so no matter how we serve those finite things, we will never find that infinite satisfaction that we're after. But if we identify with the infinite, the whole that our body and minds are just parts of, serving that whole, serving society, serving nature, serving our universe, serving the divine that's within humans, animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, then that sense of self is no longer bottlenecked. It becomes the power, the Shakti of undiluted creative potential. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, dear Tina, for the rose you sent too. Om Kam Namah Prajapataye. Very interesting dream you had about me, dear Hybrid Jen. I was holding your right hand again, but when I got to the light I led you to, I was scared and got under a lifted, levitated stone. Dreams are wild, and it takes time to understand. Sometimes takes months or a year. I think I know what I'm afraid of, because I know what I must do. Oh, thank you, the day, June. I smile when I see you here too. Hello, Brandy. I like that, Stevie G. You want to try something new. You want to try and be loving and compassionate with all objects, like all is alive. Just as our inner child would. I like that. Thank you. May we all take after you, dear Stevie Jean. So much nuance in everything, dear Riri. The universe is just nuance unto itself, infinitely recursing. Hello, Classy Peach. Hello, Waffle. Thank you for liking the live, dear Dragon's Eye Angie. Now, I have a question of the day for you all. Today I ask, in what way is the world small? This was inspired from our reading today, which, by the way, if you ever want to listen to but we're unable to, I post all of the readings on my YouTube channel. And without any ads too, so the whole playlist is like a free audiobook. Shh. Namaste. Dear Jake, you share your body is a robot vehicle that brings you into physical, yet tries to separate you from spiritual. Oh, don't blame your body. Body's just doing what it's told. We are responsible for our union with the spirit. Spirit pervades body just as it pervades the whole world. You can be in your body and still be spiritual. I like that, Akala. It's a starting cycle that has no end, is it not? Well said. I'm sorry, you'll have to teach me who that is, dear young Mikey. Ah, the limitations of our minds, Sharon. I should write a book, shares Crossfires. Maybe. Maybe. Dear Stevie G, you share that if we were looking at the world from the POV of the whole universe, we would just be a speck. It's true. Have you ever seen that picture that the Voyager probe took, that Carl Sagan convinced NASA to take as it was flying past the rings of Saturn? Called the Pale Blue Dot. One of the most amazing photographs ever taken. Dear, I don't know. You share that you've been awake for almost 48 hours. You're afraid to sleep. You're not feeling well. Any advice for someone who can't sleep because they're scared someone will break in? I'm sorry to hear that you've been up for so long without getting something that your body and mind needs. Unfortunately, it sounds like a little bit of a vicious cycle, because if you stay up for longer than your body needs, then your fight or flight instincts are activated. You start running on pure adrenaline, and you can't sleep because you are afraid, but you're afraid because you can't sleep. In other words, I want you to realize that the fear is not coming from something you have to do or tend to while awake. It's coming from the fact that you haven't slept. So, the solution to both problems is sleep. That the fear will reside as long as you stay awake, but if you trust that the fear is only founded in the lack of sleep, then your sleep will also help resolve that fear at the same time. Does that make sense? You break the vicious cycle by realizing that sleep is the solution to both problems. You don't have to stay awake, because the longer you do that, that fear will only intensify. And if you don't want to continue feeling like this, please sleep, my friend. Yeah. I know what that's like, though. I've definitely been afraid to fall asleep because of who knows what. And if you can get just any rest, even if you keep waking up and going back to sleep, that's better than nothing at all. At least understimulate yourself. Bring yourself into an environment that isn't so highly charged. And I tell you what, I will pray for your protection while you sleep, that your household will be safe and sound. And why don't we all do that for, I don't know. May we pray that all your fears subside, that you may get rest without anything that you need to attend to happening outside of your body, and that it is safe, protected in our love. And you will be okay. Much love to you. I don't know. Some other answers to our question of the day. Thank you everyone for praying with me for, I don't know. Sifi Diffiran? You can tell me if I can pronounce your name in a way you prefer. The physical limitations and limited time make our world seem small. And Isabella, you share, because when you zoom out and take a photo of the planet, we're just one big happy family. Family photo. I love that. Jake, you shared, the world is small because it is physical. If it were spiritual, we could travel the universe easily. Who says the physical and spiritual worlds have to be different? Can you find the way in which our physical world is our spiritual world, and that we already do have the ability to travel the universe easily? And you have all the same light within you, dear, I don't know. Lizzie, you share, you don't relax when you sleep. You feel like you fight galactic battles in your sleep. I'm the same way. The last live stream I was sharing how I was in this superhero battle. So I can't be one to judge. Yoga Nidra, sleeve of the yogi. It's a great practice for sleep too, dear Sharon. And you know what it's like to wake up and go back to sleep, having the most odd dreams too, dear Isabella. Yeah. Hello, Majesty. And Stevie G, you share, honestly, at times we must keep in mind of how tiny we are, so we can just let go of the silly stuff. That's so true. That sense of humility is important. And thank you, Oren, for your heartbeat. Amishwaraya Namah. Riri, you share, if you make a friend out of everyone, you're never that far away from running into someone. I like that. Bubbles, you share, it's a world of laughter, a world of tears, it's a world of hopes and a world of fears. There's so much that we share that it's time we're aware. It's a small world, after all. Well said. I love you too, dear Oren. I don't know, you share, the world is small because it guided you here when you needed it. Thank you for saying that. That's beautiful. Jamie, you shared, the world is small in comparison to the vastness of the universe. And Tattvamasi, you share, the world may be small because it's a small slice of the infinite potential. I like that. Smoky Red, you share, it's a microcosm. For what is big shall be small. Neon Jello Pack, you share that despite differences, all humans share core desires. I like the way you're taking this, yeah. And Miyananda, you share in a way that no matter where we are, we laugh, cry, love, and dream in similar ways. In Dragon's Eye Angie, you share that in the grand scheme of the multiverse, we are smaller than grains of sand. Yeah. But you don't like calling it small. Well, the truth is we are also big in many ways too. Through love, purpose, and connection, making the world feel smaller through the compassion and understanding. I love that, Neon Jello Pack. And hello, the truth you love. Yippee! Oren, you share, the world is small because we are all connected. We are all one. Wow, I think you just made me realize something. You know how the universe is expanding, but that can equally be seen as everything in the universe shrinking. You know, just as the distances appear to be getting larger between each galaxy, it would be equivalent to be saying that our energy and our measurement systems are shrinking. And so it appears that everything is getting further apart. Just a change of coordinates. And I remember hearing that a physicist theorized that distance is just a measure inverse of connectedness. That in some sense, the proximity of two things is a measure of how entangled two things are. So maybe the increase in our interconnectedness is what's driving the expansion of the universe by making everything else appear smaller in comparison. Not a very scientific idea, a much more spiritual idea with scientific analogies. But that was what came to my mind when you shared that, dear Oren, so thank you. I like the way you put that, dear Myrna. The world is not small. We are small. And Anazak, you share based on people. What are you saying? Sorry, I don't understand where that comment was going to, Anazak. Perhaps it can be reframed in another way. Dear Akala, you share that you constantly feel like you're in a fight with this reality. Do I feel in a sense of flow? I have fought with myself for many years and have slowly learned to befriend myself. And every day I fight a little less and flow a little more. But how can any of us truly be present if we feel like there's something in this moment that we have to fight? What if instead of seeing this moment as our boxing ring, our octagon, that instead we see it as a place for us to make friends, and that includes with our own emotions, our own feeling of anxiety is a friend that can be made. I believe that too, dear. I don't know. We are all here to help one another. And Dragon's Eye Angie, you share, it's ultimately the limits of our imagination that makes our world small. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's so many different ways in which we can approach this question. Dear Anna Banana, you shared the world is small because it does not compare to the love you feel for your puppy. Now that's a great way to approach the question. I love that. Thank you, enthusiast, for your 33 roses. Om Maya Shaktaye Namah. I like that. Abdul Rahman. In the way that it is only held by thought, our world is small. It's funny, Sadie. Yeah. Well, may your energies be guided to rest into the core of your beautiful being. Dear, I don't know. Dear Stevie G, what do I think of the message from Bruce Almighty? Oh, the movie. It's been a while. Let me remember what happened. Yeah, where Jim Carrey becomes God on behalf of Morgan Freeman for a while. The message is that I think it's actually best summed up by a typo in the subtitles, actually. If you watch with subtitles, you'll know there's a typo. When Bruce is complaining about how God should manage things differently, it says in the subtitles, and it sounds like Morgan Freeman is saying, "Oh, there you go." You know, as if, oh, there you go rambling, there you go complaining. But what Morgan Freeman, what God says is, oh, the ego. That is just our limited sense of self that makes us feel like things should be happening in a different way. Because they should be happening in a way that makes sense for my identity, for how I choose to be in this world. But the truth is that you cannot change how the world is at a large scale. Only on small scales we can change. And most of that change has to do with how we live our life personally, not how anyone else lives their life, not how the laws of physics work, certainly. So, if instead of thinking about how the universe should change for us, we can think about how we can change for the universe, I think that is a message that I got, at least, from the movie Bruce Almighty. Thank you, Ashley. That's funny, Feral Merman. Sarah, you share, we are all small compared to the depth of the ocean. That's very true. Dear Enzo, you ask, do I believe the center of the world is molten? That's a funny question. It's ultimately not a matter of belief, but a matter of listening to what the scientists tell us. And the scientists believe currently, according to their models, that indeed it's very hot when you go deeper into the earth. And this makes sense, because all that heat is trapped inside, and gravity compresses, and that compression creates heat. We expect there to be something molten just beneath the Earth's crust, and we see that arise through magma channels producing volcanoes and deep ocean rifts, And of course, the theory of tectonic plates supports that idea also. But if you go by the same math, the same laws of physics, then you'd expect that even though temperature correlates with things being molten, pressure correlates with things being solid. So the pressure increases at a faster rate than the temperature can keep things molten. And so it is likely that there's actually a solid core too. However, that's the scientific answer. If you want to look at it in a more spiritual way, metaphorically, the center of our world is very soft and squishy and tender and full of love. So there you go. And that's our heart. Tattvamasi, another answer to our question of the day. You share our world is small because everything is one awareness away. And thank you, Tan Hao Yu, for your heartbeat as well. Om Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Anna Banana, you share the world is small because our connections are boundless and go beyond the world. I love that. And I love how you raised the point, dear Alex, of the relativity of it all. Do I have a photographic memory? Asked Black Heart Emoji. No. No. And if you asked me to recall that on the spot, I couldn't. But I trust that the divine reminds me through all of you of what I need to know in the moment. And it's coming from you, what I have to say. Dear Lizzie, you ask, am I proud of the way I've lived my life? That's a very interesting question. I've never actually thought about it before. Am I proud of the way I live my life? I don't know. I don't think about pride. Pride to me isn't a virtue. The feeling proud, I think it's just a kind of funny thing that happens, you know, when you put together your Lego pieces to form something cool. You feel that momentary like, yeah, I did that. But over the course of my whole life, no, I don't feel that. Over the course of my whole life, I'm just grateful. And I see how much I have to learn from my past. And that excites me. And I look forward to how my own reflections shape my future. I like that, Myrna. You share we can just get on a plane and we'll see how small we are with all of our cars and buildings. It's true. The ocean is small in comparison to the depths of you. Well said, dear Bubbles. It's all relative, shares Dustin. And thank you, Kala. Dear Jehovah, you're curious what the necklaces are made from. What is its significance? These are beads that are actually seeds. They're seeds from the fruit of the Rudraksha tree. The tree is called the Rudraksha tree. The fruit are called the Rudraksha fruit, and the seeds are called the Rudraksha seeds. It comes from the Sanskrit Rudra, which means the one who roars, and Aksha, which means of the eye. So Rudraksha means of the eyes of the one who roars. It said that the one who roared this existence into being, although at times they may be engaged in that creation, that outward expression, other times they are seated deep in meditation. And as they withdraw internally, their whole body remains still. No sign of life except for the tears of ecstasy that rolled down the cheek. And it is said that as those tears roll off, they fell into the fertile hills of the Himalayas, where they grew into the Rudraksha trees. And so these are the tears of the one who roars. Dear Abdul Rahman, you ask, how do you live slower? What a beautiful question. Breathe slower. Your breathing sets up the BPM, the tempo of your life. If you want a very fast-paced life, just breathe like this. If you want a very slow-paced life, just breathe like this. Watch how the energies in and around your body begin to match the rhythm of your breath. Thank you, Usha Priyaji, for the mark of love and hanging lights. It's beautiful. All of our lights are our mark of love, isn't it? From inside, illuminating outward this whole world. Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Namah Shrishtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalivikaranaya Namo Balaya Namo Balivikaranaya Namo Balapramatanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namah. Other answers to our question of the day. Jake, you shared the world is small because we can communicate across the world very quickly. And you share it's full of intelligence. Dear Akala, I like that. Another way the world is small, shares Stevie G, is that we have access to anything and everything within us. So, in our awareness, it makes it small. I like that. And thank you, Anazek, for your friendship necklace. Namo Buddhaya. The world is small for you in the space you're limited to observe. That is true, dear Jen. Enthusiast, you shared the world is as small as we make our ego through a stagnant state. That is very true. We will be doing some mantra chanting soon, dear. I don't know. And Sarah, you shared the size of our world is comparative. Just look at Horton Hears a Who. I like that, yeah. You wish you could think on the spot like I do, shares black heart emoji. Well, you absolutely can. Nothing special about me. The reason I have an ability to speak for, the duration of these live streams with a relative ease comes from practice. And I started practicing when I realized I was still in middle school, but I was being guided around my high school as a tour for the middle schoolers. And just to kind of get a feeling of what high school classes would be like, I was sat at the back of one of the classes. And the teacher was talking about something that I don't even remember. They were teaching the lesson that I just walked in on. And just kind of as a joke, the teacher called on me, the middle schooler, to answer the question, if I could speak on whatever subject they were. And And in an instant, I got flustered with my words and I felt compelled to say something, but I didn't want to make a fool out of myself in front of the other high school students. And then I realized something. The English language is actually so dynamic that no matter what you say, even if in the middle of your sentence you throw in a word that doesn't make sense, there is a way to have that word make sense by your next word. And if it still doesn't make sense by the next word, then the word after that. In other words, the creative potential of language, and this isn't just limited to English, but it happens to be the one I spoke, is so incredible that if you trust in the fluidity of language, that you never have to worry about what comes out of your mouth, because you can always find a way to have it flow back into the subject if it gets diverted. That's true grammatically, that's true syntactically, it's true poetically, it's true philosophically. If you can just trust that you don't have to know what your next word is going to be, but that it has the potential to make sense, then you just flow from the heart. And I don't even remember what I ended up saying, but I remember that I kind of ruined the joke of the teacher who was calling upon the random middle schooler because I was able to find the context in which my stumbling words added to the conversation. And that is something that all of us can do, because it's a power of language itself rather than a power of any one of us in particular. Anyway, I'm going to minimize the question of the day there for now, but I know I haven't read all of the answers to the question of the day, so I'm going to go through that too. I'm a little behind in the comments. Pain also makes the world small, dear Stevie G. That's very true. And Riri, you share the world is small because nothing else exists other than this moment. I love so many ways that we explore this together. It's truly incredible. Hello, Cake Farts. The universe is ever expanding. That is very true, dear Jamie. The multiverse. It was as soft as the whisper of a butterfly's wing and as brave as the light of 10,000 suns. Love. Akala, you'd like to know my opinion of the original song of creation? Well, it's still ongoing, isn't it? We are in the middle of another verse. States of Danny, you wonder about Shiva Kailash Shambho. Ah, he is someone that interviewed me on a YouTube show that he had. I enjoyed my conversations with him. We shared an interest in Sadhguru. Oh, I have a long way to go, dear Lauren, but I hope to increase in my Shiva and my Shakti qualities. Hello, Sydney. Oh. I apologize that you felt the need to delete your comments, dear Lizzie. You're always welcome to express yourself in a way that makes sense in that moment. And thank you, brave Bella, for your trio of roses. Hare Ram. And thank you, MJ, for the May You Blossom. I don't think I've ever got that before. May you blossom too. What's the word for flower in Sanskrit? Pushpam, which I guess would be Om Namah Pushpaya. Salutations to flowers as a mantra. I'll have to double check the dative case of Pushpam, however. Lauren, you share the world feels small because we see reflections of people we've known and people we meet. I like that too. Stevie G, you ask, so if we breathe fast in pranayama, everything in our life experience can speed up? Well, let me put it like this. If you start hyperventilating for the rest of your life, it won't be a very long life. So please don't do that. Please breathe slowly. In a way that's comfortable for you. Jamie, you share the world is small because it is one of many, in many places, spaces, times, dimensions, and realms. And Lauren, you add that the world is small and that we have made ourselves so big. That is true. Aw, that's a very kind invitation, dear Lauren. I can't imagine myself coming to Melbourne anytime soon, but who knows what the future has to offer. I would love to travel the world soon. As a little kid, I thought about all of this, asked Stevie G. I think we all do in a way. We just don't have the same vocabulary as today. A child thinks a lot more in terms of ideas, given their limited vocabulary. I certainly did not have the vocabulary I do today when I was younger, but I absolutely had the same fascination for this world, if not even more of a fascination. Hello, dear Frill. Hello, Yeshe. That's very true, Kyle. There is the binary of comfort and aversion. The things you like aren't always good, and things you avoid aren't always bad. It's always a trade-off between a selfish, temporary pursuit or a selfless, long-term pursuit. That if we place our sense of self in the limited body and mind, pardon me, I think I'm losing my voice. Figaro. Okay, it's back. If we place our sense of self in the limited body and mind, and we serve the body and mind, then we gratify our senses, sure, and we'll feel momentary pleasure. The voice is coming back. But we won't ever feel long-term satisfaction. We may get dopamine, but not serotonin or oxytocin, for example. It's always a trade-off, short-term versus long-term. Limited self or unlimited selflessness. If we can shift our wantings, to help others and not just ourselves in this body and mind, but every body and mind, then the things that we are averse to align with the things that we don't want or that we don't need. And the things that we are drawn to are the things that are good for us. That's called cultivating vairagya in Sanskrit through seva, selfless services. Dear Stella, you ask, how many languages do I know? Honestly, just baby talk. And if it sounds like I'm speaking any other language than that, I'm just a very good baby speaker, baby talk speaker. Dear Azathoth, you share you're dealing with death. Death is a part of life. We must accept it not as some mistake in our universe, but a natural process. And we can utilize the truth that this body and mind are temporary to cultivate gratitude for what needs to be done and brought out within us in this moment. Goodbye, dear Akala. Thank you. Thank you, Sea Flow, for your rose. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Gina Gina Gina, thank you for your trio of ice cream cones too. Radhe Radhe. Dear Ryan, you ask, am I happy? Every day, I try to be kind. I try to help others. I try to acknowledge my mistakes. And every day I get a little happier. So yes, I've come a long way into the expression of my happiness, and there's so much more to happiness too. You could never reach the bottom of it. It is infinite, just like you. Hello, Icarus. Dear Azathoth, you share your mom has died, your best friend, and your family, mothers. Thank you for sharing that, Azathoth. I hope to extend the community we have here in support of you, if you choose to accept it. Everyone is welcome to come and go as they please, but while you're here, may you know that you're not alone in your grieving, and that the love of a mother, best friend, other family members, and loved ones of our friends and family, that never goes anywhere. Your relationship with them continues, just less physical, more spiritual. It's a changing of the address. You can no longer say, hey, I am going to deliver this message to this body. You cannot use the same means of delivering that love or receiving it anymore. And that's all you have to grieve, is the means of connecting. But your connection stays the same. A new chapter is turning, but the book hasn't ended. The love that they have implanted within you was an investment, is a down payment for moving into your heart and the hearts of everyone that they love. They are decentralized in many hearts and yet centralize many hearts through them. What's that, dear Kyle Renee? Sorry, I don't understand you, but I'd love to hear from you. Make sure we find common ground, as your perspective deserves to be seen, heard, and felt. Hello, dear Fiji water bottle. Dear Dragon, you share, it's neat seeing the differences and similarities between all the languages you're learning. I love that too. I'm fascinated with the ancestors of our languages, like how so many of the languages across Europe and through North America and South America through colonization and through India arise from a common Proto-Indo-European ancestor. I love that. That and the many other proto-languages certainly capture my attention. Thank you, Dion. Good to see you too, dear Pink Ladder Lady. As a thought, you ask, what's my motivation? What's my motivation For what? For being alive? I don't need motivation. Life itself is a gift. Why do I need to be motivated to receive a gift? The gift of life is something that I'm merely grateful for. I need no motivation to be alive. It just happens that way. Hello, dear Katie. Thank you for being part of this space. What's your name? Is it Burby? Or Taylina? Taylina Lura? Ryan, you share that Walking Each Other Home by Ram Dass is a great book on grief. Helped you move through the death of your brother. I loved that. Hello, dear Lindsay. Hello, Tax. You asked, do I think the world will heal in our lifetime? Or will it be many generations from now? Or will it ever heal? That's a great question, Tax. And I love how you look for healing in the world. Allow me to phrase it in a way that echoes a question back to you. Is healing something that happens at one moment in time, or throughout all moments in time? Is healing a single event or a continual process? And I see that the world is in a continual process of healing. And it's all about the process rather than the results of that process. Every day the world heals, and every day we rise into another problem to add to the journey of healing. And it seems like that's exhausting, but only if you feel like you are part of the world. So hear me out. They say in spiritual circles that you're not the body, not the mind. Therefore, this body and this mind is a part of the world. We have only come to borrow a piece of the world. What does that mean for us? It means that the world is the way it is for us. We have not come into this world to get anything from it, because everything about the world we leave behind. Instead, we've come to give to the world. So, as spiritual beings having a human experience, rather than human beings having a spiritual experience, the world has problems like a playground for us to play. The problems of the world is the destiny of the spirit to come to solve. So we've incarnated not to be disappointed, but to go, woohoo! Look how many people there are that I need to help. Look how much good I can do. Look how much peace I can offer others. And remember, that includes the whole world, your body and mind also. You are meant to be here to bring love and light to this body, this mind, to every body and every mind. And for every conflict in the world is an opportunity for you to pour out divine love for. Thank you, Shakira, for your heart me and your tiny, yippee. Dear Tax, you ask, why do people suffer endlessly? Because they do not know who they really are. As long as you feel that you are this body, this mind, the body and mind will keep getting into trouble, getting traumatized and re-traumatized. But if you understand that you are not this abode of flesh and bones that sleeps, decays, and dies. You are the immortal consciousness, the Lord of the earth and skies. It's a poem by Yogi-Raj Satguru Nasidhanath. Then all that suffering is no longer yours. You can bring yourself into the realization that you have always been free. Yes, there is suffering in the world, but not in you. Suffering is endless at a worldly level, but not at a spiritual level. And so spiritual practice isn't about opening chakras and collecting crystals and lighting incense and dancing in the moonlight. All of that are just forms of getting you away from the identification of the mind and body and into the source of your being, which is so much more beyond what our intelligence can even begin to comprehend. And through that reestablishment of yourself in the greater self, the spirit of the universe, then suffering is no longer seen as a mistake or an enemy or something that is a blemish in your life. It is what has led you back to who you are and provides you with a chance to serve others who have gone through similar things as you. And all of that is meant to happen. I hope that is resonating with someplace deep inside you. Actually, dear JK, although I'm very grateful for what you see in me, all of these things I share has not come from books. I did quote a poem from Yogi-Raj Satguru Nasidhanath, but that was when I was watching a video. It is true that I may have a selective memory, but truly, I draw from these sources only to contain my point. But my point comes from a place within me that also exists within you. When we listen to spiritual teachers, listen to spiritual readings, attend spiritual lectures, or read spiritual books, all of that is just the form that contains the truth that already exists within you. Vocabulary doesn't give you truth. It helps you express it. And as I'm grateful for having a way to express these things, I must remind you that where I learned these stories and adages and words from is not the same place as where I draw the truth that you may see in it from, as that exists within you. So fret not. No external source is necessary. No book, no course, no self-help guide, no teacher, no nothing. Nothing? Just by coming into what you already know deep down. Dear Gabriel, you ask about animal suffering. You've heard this atheist argument. I don't understand how theism got involved there. It's very hard to justify animal stuff. I'm not sure I understand that argument, dear Gabriel. And by the way, none of what we share is ever an argument here. All perspectives have truth in it, and no perspective overrules another. All I can say, unless you clarify further, is that it's our duties as humans to attend to all of life. That is the unique aspect of our humanity, is that we have the ability to be caretakers for the whole of the world. And it's certainly about time that we rise to to occupy such a humbling purpose, that we have rose through incarnation, suffered as animals, to come to the human mind that has the capacity to hold space for not just others of our same species, but the whole world which we are a part of. That is why there is a most ancient form of the divine known as Pashupati, which literally means the Lord of animals. And since that is our higher self, the potential we have to rise into, it's our duty to become like Pashupati and serve all forms of life, and not just humans. All at the right time, dear Miko. Tax, you ask, do spirits exist? Spirits plural or spirit singular? Because what is spirit? Spirit as a word that has been used to mean many things, but it's come from an ancient idea that's actually very scientific. Think about how we are part of the universe, not something separate from it, that every one of us is the universe. Not physically the whole universe, but all together we are one with the universe. Whatever is awake through you and through me, that is spirit. So instead of thinking about spirit plural, spirit singular is the consciousness that this universe has through you and me. And does it exist? Well, no, because existence is of form, is of things to see, is the things of hear, to feel. Spirit is not something you can see, because it's what sees. Spirit is not something you can hear, because it is what's hearing. And spirit is not something you can feel, because it is what is feeling. So if your definition of existence is that which can be experienced, then no, spirit doesn't exist, because it is the experiencer. And that's not a conclusion, that's a definition. Do I meditate often, dear Eli asks. I could always meditate more. I see what you mean, dear Ryan. Maybe I can add to that spirituality, if it takes you away from your worldly responsibilities, then it's not quite yet fully fledged spirituality. Fully fledged spirituality isn't detachment or aversion from the world. It is a deep integrating of your identity with what needs to transpire in the world, what you are truly here for. And that definitely includes all of our worldly duties. And that includes taking care of this body and this mind. Spirit takes care of everything. That is the nature of spirit. Do evil spirits exist? Asks Tax. What someone may call evil, to me, is a place where goodness has yet to evolve. Think about how in everyone that might be called evil, you only call them such in comparison to the good that they could be. If someone hurts another human being, you dwell on that relative to the fact that they could be helping, they could at least be neutral. Whenever we call something bad or evil or wrong, it's always an expression of the fact that we see the good that could be there, but yet it has yet to arise. And so it's not that evil exists, it's that good exists, and some forms of good have yet to evolve. I was not a universally regarded good person throughout my life, especially when I was younger. I hurt people, and I'm not proud of that, but I'm also not ashamed of it because I've grown since then. And you could say that I was evil. You could say that I was a bad person, but I'm very grateful for the people in my life that continue to believe in me. And my parents never associated such labels with me. And they taught me to see everyone as just having a story that makes sense in the context of their life. And if that story were to include a little bit more love, a little bit more compassion, then the goodness that exists within everyone would be brought out. And I'm so, so grateful to have that love in my life to bring out the goodness that exists within me. And every day I can increase in that also. So, dear Gabriel, I see. So, an argument from atheists is that a good God can justify human suffering because we can turn it around, but not animals because, sorry, let me scroll back up. Animals cannot do that. Their suffering is gratuitous or pointless. Well, the solution to that understanding is to remember that human consciousness is no different from animal consciousness. What I mean by that is if we remember reincarnation, that it's not that humans are fundamentally different from animals, that no, the human soul is an animal soul. You have gone through so many lifetimes of animal suffering already, and perhaps we may return to that suffering as well. That's the funny thing, is that in Indian philosophy, being born as an animal is what it means to be born in hell. And that's not to say that animals deserve suffering. That's to say that humans deserve peace as all souls do, and that is the tenure that unpeaceful souls go through. And yet, that doesn't justify the suffering that we inflict on other animals. We have a purpose to bring a better life for everyone. We have to make a heaven out of hell for all beings. But according to our own actions, whatever we are thinking of at the time of death, that leads us into a corresponding birth. If we are thinking about things that are animalistic in nature, then there's no need for us to be reborn at a human level, and so we get an animal birth. But it's only temporary, and that suffering doesn't last forever. No matter what trauma happens to the physical, the spiritual remains unaffected. The consciousness, the awareness that illumines the life of a human or an animal or a plant or any other form of life ultimately remains unscathed. And from those experiences, we can draw empathy towards each other in a beautiful paradox that we have to be grateful for our own experiences, find the lessons in our drama, and yet create a world where people have to experience less of that. That the more trauma we experience, the less others have to. Everything that we have been hurt by, we see a lesson in there to help others too. And so it's not that hell is a punishment. It's that an animal birth is a rehabilitation to get us in touch with the reality of the finitude of resources, and the value in taking care of family, taking care of your body, realizing that the world is out of our control. That is the lesson that we have to go through as animals until we've learned that lesson. Thank you, Heidi, for your rose. And I don't know if I'm doing a good job explaining that. There's a way to make peace with it all, is what I'm saying. Thank you, Heidi. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Be easy on yourself, dear Miko. Don't put yourself through unnecessary suffering. Why are some people very evil, asks Tax? Because they're very unloved and they need a lot of love. People who get a lot of love never turn evil. And love that comes without expectations. Love that is unconditional. Unconditional love is the solution to evil. Let go of the need for power. Become like a gentle breeze in life. We can grow and learn from our adversity indeed, dear Dragon Cyangen. It can be difficult, but it is necessary for life. Hello, Queen Silver Foxy. And right, who is a universally good person, Lizzie? Not I like that, Ryan. You can't think your way out of a prison made of thoughts. Yeah, I'm glad that resonated with you, dear Gabriel. What is the ultimate form of being, asks Myrna? Someone who is kind to all beings. Yeah. And on Earth, humans have the highest capacity to embody that role. And that's not to put us at a higher position, not at all. Again, this isn't a hierarchical thing. It's about the dharma, the responsibility of each form of life. And our responsibility as humans is to be kind to all forms of life, because we have the organizations and initiatives and social structures in place that are capable of creating worldwide change for all of life for the better. We have the resources, we have the intelligence, we have the culture, and every form of life plays a role in our ecosystem. What is the higher form of reincarnation, asks Myrna. As a human. Here on Earth, at least. On Earth, the highest form is a human. It's said that in the highest heavens, people are just begging to become a human in their next life. In the highest heaven, Brahma Loka, the Loka of the Creator, all the residents there are begging to be born as humans in their next life. Thank you, Queen Silver Foxy, for your friendship necklace. Do I believe in ghostly spirits, asks a day late and $1 short. I think we we believe in what we've experienced. And I choose to experience not anything happening at the level of individual spirits, but just one universal flow, you know? Like if a leaf tumbles my way and spirals into my hand, instead of thinking that's any particular spirit, I think that's the universe. And whatever happens to me, that's the universe. It's all one being and not any particular ghost or spirit. That's the way I look at things. And I find it to be very peaceful. Because I think if we are thinking in terms of individual spirits, then they come in different forms and you don't know which is beneficial and which doesn't have your best interest. But if you know it's just all the universe, it's all one being, then every interaction is a beneficial one because you are part of that whole. Dear Heidi, you ask, are there any podcasts or YouTube videos that you could listen to? There are many podcasts or YouTube videos that you could listen to. But about what? That's the question. Dear Robert, you ask, am I a Vishnu follower? I am not a follower of anything. I don't follow. I try to do my part as a human being by leading as a role model every day, trying to embody my role as a source of kindness, a source of understanding, and I make mistakes, and I try to take accountability for them and become more humble in that all. Dear Gabriel, you ask, do I think that climbing the mountain of meditation in pursuit of enlightenment is more fruitful? No. Enlightenment is the biggest joke on the spiritual path. The more you think about enlightenment, the less spiritual we ultimately are. The highest virtue in life isn't to become some exalted state. It's to serve others. Ultimately, enlightenment is just the beginning of your spiritual practice, not the end. Enlightenment is from the place that you start. It is from enlightenment that we can go and serve others. Once you realize you're part of the play, then it's just playing your role, and your role is to serve the whole. Enlightenment is just something that helps you. It's a little thing, really. People make it out to be this big dramatic thing. The sky opens up and heaven pours down and fireworks. Enlightenment just means you can do your job on earth a little better. And the universe gives that to you when you've proved your worth. That here's a guy who really wants to help others. Let's lessen the load off of them so that they do an even better job at serving others. That's not our doing. You want to listen to me talking, dear Heidi? Well, I do upload these videos on YouTube. But I would recommend, if you feel really resonant with the subjects in this live stream, the only thing I'd wish for you is to put that into practice, to be inspired, to change your life, and that's all your effort. There's only so much listening that we can do. Yeah, I hope people stop listening to me eventually, so they can go and do their thing. Thank you, Colonel. I know I have a long way to go. Thank you, Queen Silver Foxy. I say I'm not a follower, but I'm kind of lying because I follow all of your lead too. I think we are led by each other, and I learn so much from all of you. Good night, dear Michelle. Dear Colin, you ask, what's my recommendation for amount of time per day meditating? And is a certain time of day more powerful? I'd start small with a few minutes per day. And a great time is before you eat in the morning. There are holy times of the day, Brahma Muhurtas they're called. One is the witching hour, when you wake up in the middle of the night, as most people do. That's a great time to meditate and help you go back to sleep after too. Another is golden hour. But in general, whenever you notice that you can breathe through both nostrils, that's a very powerful time. That's called your inner Kumbh Mela. You might be familiar with the sacred merging of 3 rivers in India, called the Kumbh Mela. Happens every 12 years. We just had a 12 cycles, so 144 gross years passed before we had a Maha Kumbh Mela, great Kumbh Mela. This is, as the yogis knew, the outer expression of something that happens in our body too. And just as every 12 years it's good to meditate on the banks of the Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati, these 3 rivers flow within us too, as our sympathetic, parasympathetic, and central nervous system. Our nostrils are often tied to our sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. When you breathe through both and you meditate, that's when you channel all 3 rivers. At any given moment, you can check which nostril is dominant, right or left. And if it's both, if you can breathe through both, that's an excellent time to meditate. That's called your Brahma Muhurta, your hour of God. But start small with a few minutes. And ultimately, a great thing to do is make your whole day meditative. Whatever you're engaged in, let that be your meditation. I'm happy that resonates with you, dear Cosmic. Enlightenment is a state of mind, asks I don't know. The key to our enlightenment does exist in the state of our mind. If you believe you are free, you are free. If you believe you are trapped, you are trapped. All that belief is an expression of thought. You can cultivate an expression of thought that is liberating at any moment. Oh. Remember that no views are necessarily contrary to each other, dear Gabriel. They just all have a context and place that are important. It's good to be more adaptive in our perspectives rather than holding on to anyone in particular. And thank you, Mary H., for your rose. Om Bhur-bhuvaswa Tatsavitur-varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. I have much learning to do too, dear Tax. Cadence is a beautiful idea, enthusiast. Yeah. Thank you, Heidi. Much love, Alexander. I don't know, you ask, do I believe in chi or energy manipulation? All we have to do is know what chi is to experience it. Do you know when you experience chills run down your back? Or how your breathing affects the way you feel physically, but also mentally. When you're in the presence of someone very loving, all of that's called prana in Sanskrit, or chi in China. Prana is the flow of your own awareness. So do you believe in the flow of your own awareness? It has the power to do amazing things. Just by getting your awareness to flow through your body or to those around you in a way that doesn't feel blocked or limited, that can be a very transformative experience. And it's just sensation. It's just awareness. And from that awareness, you create change. Imagine distributing that awareness freely throughout your body. Feel the effect that it has on your life. A day late and $1 short, you ask, do I believe that certain sound vibrations can heal you? Well, I wouldn't use it as an alternative to treatment that a doctor would recommend. But music can be very healing. We all experience that. Emotionally, absolutely. Listening to a certain song or frequency or mantras can be so healing at a spiritual, emotional, or mental level. And so much of our physical health is an expression of our mental, emotional state too. Taking care of your mind and emotions is a great first step to taking care of your body. Oh, I love that, Usha Priyaji. 12 does come up a lot, Tattvamasi, in the Vedas, yes. 12 is a factor of 108, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. 12 goes into 108 9 times. And that has to do with one way in which the number 108 is generated. Astrologically, there are 9 relevant celestial bodies. There's the sun and moon. Then there's Mercury, Venus, Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus. That's 9. And that multiplies in combination with how many constellations exist along the equator, equatorial plane. And as humans, we divide the sky into 12 parts. Therefore, in astrology, there's 9 times 12 astrological influences, or 108 in different permutations and combinations. So your connection to 12 and 108 is definitely one found in Vedic astrology. Rain sounds is a great thing to meditate on, I don't know. The elements of nature, indeed. I would like to end our live stream soon with a meditation, but I know there's all such good questions being asked. I'll make sure that they get attended to. Thank you, Gina, for your ice cream cone and rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good night, I don't know. And Phoenix, thank you for your pair of pairs of roses and a heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And Cosmic, thank you for your heart me and 11 roses too. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. You're gay. You ask, what happens when I die, or when we die? When we die, our body gets returned to Mother Earth, and we remain as we are, as consciousness. Do I smoke Zaza? Asks Godanzer. And Yurge, you also ask, am I sober? When I was younger, I used to experiment with many different substances, like marijuana or alcohol too. And they brought me a lot of unique states of mind that allowed me to discover different parts of myself that I didn't know existed. And as they opened the door, I followed through and I left them behind. And now I can tell you that it's about 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer than that. And I haven't touched any substance. And I've discovered how incredible a sober human body is at generating even higher states of consciousness just from within. And I think that's an amazing possibility that we all have. Dear Stevie G, it's not that bad people get lessons as an animal in the next life. It's that we are blessed to have an opportunity to live as an animal in our next life, if that's what we need in order to reconnect with the truths that animals so naturally imbibe. It's a matter of having the right experience to fill in our gaps. That's a good question, dear Godanzar. Am I actually like this with the people in my life too, or is it just how I behave online? Well, certainly how I am online is different to how I am with others. And that's true because the environment changes. If I'm surrounded by a bunch of puppies, I'd probably be like, oh, hi everyone, hello, oh, who's a good boy, hi, hello, hi, I love you, oh my goodness, wagging your tail, oh, it's so precious, hi. If I was surrounded by a bunch of babies, I'd act differently. If I'm surrounded by a bunch of adults, I'd ask differently. It's the environment that brings out the different aspects of ourselves, and in the context of a spiritually themed live stream on TikTok, this is how I naturally am. Dear Yurke, you ask, does magic exist? Magic. Think about the universe. Isn't the universe the most magical thing that exists? I mean, it's magical that anything exists at all, isn't it? And that's beautiful, dear Anton. Your truth is valid for this moment. And whenever you learn something new, that changes your perspective. Mm-hmm. And I'm from Canada. Dear Lindsay, you ask. I think the first part of your comment didn't come through, because the second part starts with, and if so, how do you remind yourself to refocus? It all hinges on the and if so. I don't know what the first part was, I'm sorry. All I can answer without that context is that you don't need to focus on anything in life. There's something other than focus and distraction. There's a way of just being that's neither focused nor distracted, but something else. Just kind of presence. True presence is not distraction, nor is it focus. It is just being here. My phone is vibrating. My alarm is going off on my phone. We're going to turn it off. There. Thank you for your momentary patience. Thank you, Aquarius lady, for your I can do that better, hold on. Oh, my tiny Diny's lost his voice. Here, we'll give him some water. Almost there. Anyway, thank you, Aquarius lady. We'll have a meditation on a very rare Vedic, Rig Vedic mantra, in fact, dear Stevie G. Dear nothing but hope, you share that you feel that you don't belong. What do I think? If you feel like that, then you truly do belong. Because if anyone feels like they belong, then they're only trying to make up for the fact that they have no idea what's going on. We are on a humongous rock hurling through the void of energy and matter, awake to the consciousness of this universe, from a species that has been evolving from cosmic puddles of the bottomless deep for billions of years on scales in time and space that's beyond our comprehension. If you feel like any of that makes sense, then you're wrong. If you feel like you don't belong, welcome to the human experience. We're all trying to find our way to make a home out of this weird and funny place. So, I think we all share that together. Yeah, I love that, Anton. Do I believe in a certain religion, asks Godanzer. No, just, I believe in all of them. That they're all valid if you want to take that path to the source. Or you're free to find your own way. It's all up to the individual. And there's no pressure, there's no expected way to be. Just as you are at this moment is completely valid. Thank you, MJ, for your trio of roses. Ram, Ram. Dear Maya, it's not that I believe in reincarnation, but I see with my own eyes that everything that comes into being only changes form, and the essence always remains to find a new way to express itself. Sorry if this live seems pre-recorded. I like to make sure that everyone's comments gets acknowledged, and that can make me, right now, 43 messages in the past. If you scroll up, I'm reading at that point. Dear Mikol, you had asked, how do you keep your heart positive, yet be anointed a powerful role requiring hard decisions? Know that it is through your positivity that you make decisions that are the most fruitful. It is from your positivity itself that your actions will create goodness in this world. Hello, Jake. I am 23 in this body. Jayla, you ask, what other languages am I fluent in? I can do Animal Crossing. That's how you say, I was trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty. Brandon, you're wondering about the song in the background. We're listening to flute music, Healing Waves, from the Buddha Flute YouTube channel. Stevie G, you ask, so there's something that chooses the next life for us? No. The way we live our life is what chooses our next life. And we choose the way we live our life. When we say we choose our next life, What we mean is that we choose the way we live this life, and the way we live this life chooses the next life. That is what the divine has. The system, a brilliant system, truly. So Lindsay, the first part of the question that you sent was, do I ever find it difficult to not be distracted by the chaos? I think I already answered that then. Neither be distracted nor focused. Find that which is in between. I love that, Jake. Happy International Women's Day, dear Phoenix. I am Canadian, dear Sherry. Thank you, Henry. I like that, Anton. There are many paths up the mountain. The only ones that don't get to the top are those running around the base, telling everyone else that they're wrong, right? Are we aware of our transitions to new lives? To the extent that we gracefully leave this body. Yes. Nario, you share, I speak English as though I'm in biblical times. Oh, hold on. I speaketh the Queen's tongue as though the times of biblicality is upon us. Just live one moment at a time, dear Mikol. You take care of this moment, the next moment takes care of itself. Dear Godans, you ask, how can someone get into Hindi teachings? I assume you're referring to Hindu teachings. Hindi is the language that is only related to Hinduism by the etymology. Hindu teachings are all about discovering it yourself, ironically. The path to Hinduism is the path inside your own self. So literally, you don't have to learn from anyone else. Everything there is to discover in Hinduism is discoverable within your own heart. That's why they recommend meditating. That's why they recommend seeing the reflection of yourself in others, because it's all within you. Dear Godens, you ask, what do I think about people who are transgender and not being comfortable in their original bodies? I think they have come to a spiritual truth that they are not their bodies, and yet their bodies are their sovereign territory, and so they get to choose what they want to do with it. Sorry that you're processing all this, dear Mat Giza. I'd be happy to help you process that. But I encourage you to relax. The world of politics, that's a lesson you've already learned. That's a karma that you don't have to associate with anymore. The greatest change in the world is not the responsibility of anyone other than ourselves. And what matters most is what we are doing. And if we are being the role model of what we want to see in this world, then that is our life being fulfilled. We don't have to keep track of anyone else's life. Galia, you ask, how do we find solace in such an uncertain world? I'm happy that resonated with you, dear Matt Giza. We find solace in the uncertainty by realizing that uncertainty is just another way of saying possibility. And when you're face to face with uncertainty, you're also intimately in contact with infinite possibility. That possibility means anything can happen. Our mind often imagines for the worst. It is almost always something that turns out better than what our mind makes up of it. Sorry, I just realized I'm all the way to the left of the frame. Dear Godans, you ask, can someone be very self-aware and yet delusional at the same time? Self-awareness is definitely the key to becoming more and more in touch with our consensual reality, which I think is a beautiful term from recent psychology. Instead of believing that there's only one reality that is true and that some people are delusioned to that, psychologists have actually begun to realize that reality is a subjective experience ultimately. And although there is no one reality that is true for everyone, there is a kind of consensual reality that we agree on. And that agreement definitely requires self-awareness. Self-awareness allows us to realize that who we are is not separate from everybody else. The more you look closely at the being that you are, you see that it's a product of your environment and the people you associate with, and vice versa. There's a mechanism that exchanges energy from within to without. And because you're part of that exchange, it means that no man is an island. We are part of a collective whole. Awareness of that universal self allows us to engage more freely in our consensual reality. If anyone is ever concerned of the state of someone's mind, all we have to remember is that if they are being kind and if they are not in danger to themselves or those around them, then that's all that matters. For example, if you are ever afraid of your own mental state, just ask yourself, well, do you have the awareness of how to be kind and how your actions may cause harm? Then you're not crazy. If you are aware of your capacity to do harm and to help, and you're actively choosing to help as best as you can, that's all that matters, right? It doesn't matter how your mind works, as long as that mind works in the direction of kindness. Kindness to yourself and kindness to those around you. That's a healthy mind. And we all have that capacity. I love that BT. Nario, you ask, what are my thoughts on black magic? I prefer white magic. Magic used for the good of the whole. Is that true, dear Stevie G? I haven't heard that. Actually, we get the English word man from the Sanskrit word manu, which means the primordial human, kind of like Adam in the Christian tradition. And manas means mind too. Thank you, dear Kayla, for sharing an experience with me, and for your heartbeat, and for your quartet of team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Usha Priyaji, for the May You Blossom. Om Dham Namastandarai. Yeah, the best way to affirm intrusive thoughts is by realizing that that's not ourself. We are not the thoughts. My birthday is the 1st of October, dear followed girl. Hanuman translates to disfigured jaw, shares Stevie G. You searched it up. I don't believe you. I mean, I believe that you searched that up and you found that. Oh, you're right. You're right. It does mean disfigured jaw. Hanuman is often translated as one with a prominent jaw or disfigured jaw, referring to a story from his childhood. According to legend, Hanuman tried to swallow the sun, mistaking it for a fruit, and was struck by Indra's thunderbolt, Vajra, injuring his jaw. But there are other interpretations too. Some link the name to his incredible strength and valor. It's not just about his appearance, but his spirit. I see. Wow. Oh, sorry for doubting you, dear Stevie G. I had no idea. The more you know. Jai Hanumanji. I will never think about him in the same way. Wow. I relate, yeah. I think we've all tried to eat something bigger than we probably should have tried to. You know, when you get one of those really nice burgers that are like, yeah, the double stack, it's got all the condiments, the big buns, and you're just like, how do I eat this thing? You gotta be like Hanuman. What is the soundtrack? I don't know. YouTube has automatically transitioned to Himalayan flute music for stress, relief, inner peace, deep sleep, relaxation, calming minds, and spa music. I like it. Thank you, T, for your rose too. Vastudevataya Nama. Anyway, say goodbye to our music because we're going to be doing our meditation. Actually, we'll jam out for just a minute. Faye Beatbox. That's a good name for it, Marcy. Aaron, you ask, what's my ethnicity? I am as white as they get. I am sour cream. Yeah, that's my ethnicity. Now, I would like to transition to Nididhyasana. This is our final segment of our Sangha. And we'll be meditating. We will be doing a mantra. A very special mantra, in fact. I hardly think you'll have heard this mantra before. I'm not sure if everyone's ready for it, actually. This meditation is to set the record straight for posterity. There's something called the Mṛta-Sañjīvana mantra. It has long been rumored that in the Rig Veda, humanity's oldest spiritual revelation, there is a mantra that has the power to revive someone from the dead. But it has seemingly been lost to most of the internet because the Rig Veda is huge and almost nobody today knows Sanskrit. People can't really find it. So when you look up the Mṛta-Sañjīvana mantra, you will get someone's attempt to create a Rig Vedic mantra that has the power to revive people from the dead. It's usually the Gayatri mantra interspersed with the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. But after some searching, I have finally found the actual Mṛta-Sañjīvana mantra. It is the 161st sukta of the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda. It's very long. The sukta is made up of 5 different verses, and we cannot do all 5 of them today. We're going to do them in 5 parts, and we'll do the first part today. This is probably going to be the most technical mantra chanting session because it includes 3 different aspects coming together at the same time, 3 different Vedangas, auxiliary disciplines. I have color-coded this image for you, which I'm hoping you can see clearly. In yellow is the pronunciation of this mantra, and I've added some pronunciation pointers here. A, E, I, A. These are all long syllables. An S with a dot under it is a retroflex sibilant. You curl your tongue back. And the M with a dot under it is a nasalization. I've added the poetic meter, the chanda. Each line is a heavy syllable and each swoop is a light syllable. And fun fact, it is from Vedic poetry that we get the term guru. Guru means heavy. And so these lines are the gurus. And it's said that the weight of the spiritual truth exists in those syllables. And eventually that became associated with spiritual teachers as having a certain gravitas to their truth too. That's an aside. And lastly, we have the Vedic intonation that comes in 3 pitches. There is no actual frequency for the middle pitch. It's just based anywhere. And then when you see a little tick mark, a vertical line above, that's a high note called a udatta. And then a low note is called an anudatta. That's the horizontal line below. Please don't mix up the horizontal line below, the anudatta, for the long syllables that have lines over top of them, like the A and the I. I'll tell you what this verse of the mantra means. It translates to, I release you through this offering for the sake of life, from the unknown dis-ease and from the wasting illness. If the seizure has seized you, may Indra and Agni liberate you from it. And as I said, I'll reveal more parts of this mantra over the next few live streams, but we'll start with this one today. We'll be doing it 108 times, and to do so, I'll be chanting on a Rudraksha mala, which is around your neck. So thank you for energizing it for me. I'll just chant it one time. That doesn't count towards the 108, just to give you a sort of feeling for this. Am uncha tva havisha jivanaya kam ajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. You can try to follow along. Sanskrit is traditionally an oral tradition, so you hear it rather than read it. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kam agnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya Kam ajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadetam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmat utaraja yakshmat Grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahayadi vaitadegnam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munshami tva havisha jivanaya kamajnata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat
grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munshami tvahavisha jivanaya kamatnyata yakshmadutaraja yakshmat grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam. Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmad Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumuktamedam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagraha Yadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamatnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahir Jagrahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kalmajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshma dutaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchami munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam munchami tva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmad utaraja yakshmad grahirjagrahayadi vaitadenam tasya indragni pramumukdamenam. Munchamitva havisha jivanaya kamajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadegnam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadegnam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami tva havisha jivanaya kam ajñata yakshmaduttaraja yakshmat grahir jagrahaya divaitadenam tasya indragni pramumuktaменam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamadnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmad Grahirja Grahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indra Agni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamadnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahirja Grahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamadnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahirja Grahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamadnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahirja Grahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamadnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahirja Grahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Munchami Havisha Jivanaya Kamadnyata Yakshmadutaraja Yakshmat Grahirja Grahayadi Vaitadenam Tasya Indragni Pramumukdamenam Salutations to Agni, the divine as fire. Salutations to Indra, the divine as the forces of nature. Forgive me for any inconsistencies during our chanting, as I thought I'd use this as a time in my own personal practice to memorize it. So I'm grateful I did that. Allow me to put this mala now on you. Again, that is only one of 5 verses of the 161st sukta of the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda. I think it would be probably a little reckless to do the death reviving mantra all at whole at the same time at once. Such a mantra probably has some qualifications to be chanted in whole, so we'll just be doing it in part, as I said, as a way of, getting this out on the internet, that is the Mṛta-Sañjīvana mantra, not the merger of the Gayatri and the Mahamrityunjaya mantra, which you might find. And for the sake of practicing our Vedangas of poetic meter, as well as correct pronunciation and intonation, thank you very much for chanting with me. Namaste. We shall continue the other parts to that chanting next time. You got it in one breath. That's very impressive. Yeah, that is ultimately the goal for every mantra, to be able to do it in one breath. Yeah, or time your breaths in between the verses at least. Glad you enjoyed that, Tatvamasi. Thank you. Thank you, dear BT. And it's your boy, dear Lindsay, Gina. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to those who sent a gift while we were meditating too on that. Let's get our flute music back in here. Thank you, dear Fidel, for the 11 roses that you sent. Om Agorebhyo Ta Gorebhyo Agora Gore Tarebhyam Sarvatash Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhyam. Hello, feline. Infinite love, dear Matt. I do have to go, I'm afraid, dear Fairy Brat. But please know that the community is still here, and you can check out the Telegram chat or the Discord server. That's linked in the link tree in my bio. You can join that. Also, my inbox is always open on other platforms like Instagram or Telegram or WhatsApp or email too. So please take advantage of that if you want. It's all for free. Everything I do, including the videos that we clip, like the show and tells and the readings and the meditations, they have their own playlists on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. And the whole live stream gets uploaded too without any advertisements. Yeah, this song. This is called Himalayan Flute Music for Stress Relief, Inner Peace, Deep Sleep, Relaxation, Calming Minds, and Spa Music. I tell you what, I'll just send you it, dear Marcy. There, I sent it to you on Instagram. Now, thank you everyone for being here. If there's any way in which I can make this space more inclusive for you next time, pardon me. I need to put something in my body. Please let me know. Hold me accountable to that. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. And thank you, everyone. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Aum asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the divine Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. I hope you had a good shift, dear Arwim. Dear Lema, you ask, why am I always smiling? Because it doesn't feel good to frown. Thank you, Samra, for your hanging lights. Om Ishan Sarva Vidyanam Ishwar Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. And also I'm smiling because I'm happy to see you. Hope to see you next time. Good night, dear Stevie G. How are the green underscores represented in Devanagari? I can answer that question before we go. I've actually taken the symbols from Devanagari. I'm not sure if the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration has their own version of the Udatta and Anudatta, the bar below and the tick above. So I've actually taken that from Devanagari. That's from it. So I have borrowed that, but I've used the International Alphabet of Transliteration for the pronunciation, at least. Hope that answers your question. Oh, another thing I should mention before we go is, you know, I didn't have to transition scenes to show you this, because I'm just in the, oh, there we are. We're going to be doing a weekly segment. We already did the first episode. I'm just waiting for enough memes for the next episode of Sanghahasya Chitra, which means humor images, communal humor images in Sanskrit, or community memes. But I'm waiting for you to submit more memes. If you have any spiritual memes or memes that of your own creation, you know, if there's something funny I said or something funny that we do here that you want to convert into a meme, there's the meme submission in the submission forms along with the show and tell, or an unban or unblock request, you know, just in case you get on my nerves and for some reason I block you. I don't know why I would, but just in case I do, I don't want anyone to feel left out of the community, so please know that that's there. But yeah, you can go in the meme submission, and very simple. The only required thing is just a place for you to add a file. It can be an image. So please take advantage of that. I'd love to see memes. Without further ado, may you have a wonderful rest of your present moment, everybody.